Exactly, yeah. Just always wait for confirmation. And by the way, Brian, if you ever need some help in terms of any of the information or you want me to slow down, just give me the word and I'll go back for you. Just let me know. You said we are hunters patiently waiting. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about. That's always how I see it too. That's like my favorite way of looking at the market. Because like sometimes you know what's gonna happen, right? Sometimes even me, this happens to me sometimes where I'm like, all right, let me just get into a trade, and before I even go through the mental process of putting my charts, like my stuff on the chart, sometimes I'll start getting worried and I'll start getting a little fearful, and then I got to make myself pause for a second. I got to be like, am I prey or am I the hunter? Because if you know you're something that gets that's getting preyed upon, this is a whole entire different situation. You can't be like that when you're trading. You got to completely always be the hunter. You're always tracking something down. You're always paying attention to every single word and syllable and noise coming from the forest. You're always prepared for anything to jump at you. And that's it. Just don't be the prey. Don't be fearful. Always walk with confidence. There we go, Brian. Now, the one thing we got to do here is... Give me 1 second. The next thing we're going to do is make the CS zones, everybody. So this is another one of my trading styles. The CS zones completely derive from short-term price action on the 5-minute. And there's different ways of making them. The way I make my CS zones now is very simple. I have the videos on the Discord in case you guys missed this or you guys want to watch it later when you're free. But it's very simple. Watch this. You see the red candle, the first 5-minute red candle is red. The second one is green, correct? So you would grab the bottom of the red and go to the top of the green. If this first candle was green and the second candle was green, you would do it the same exact way. Now, if that second candle was red and this candle was red, you would go from the top to the bottom completely. Like you would grab everything. So let's say if this candle down here was a red candle, you would grab it like that and then grab the top of the red here. And then this is what your CS zones will look like. Since you did not do that, this is what they look like. And look at how perfect this is with the price action. You perfectly hit the top. Now you're in the bottom of the next CS zone. So if you guys got some calls right now, the first thing you would do is the second you hit the midpoint right here, you put a stop loss. That's what I always do. So if I'm hitting the bottom of the CS zone, I'm going to buy a call at the bottom of it, put my stops at the midpoint, and leave a runner for it to run above the top here. So once it gets towards the top, I put my stop loss on my runner, just in case you fall right back down. And let me tell y'all, this is one of the most perfect. It's basically been since October of last year. Imagine that. I made this, in September. I made this trading style in September and October of last year. And I still have yet to find a 0-day trading style that's better than it. Like, it competes with my best trading style somehow. It's crazy. But yeah, that's how you go about using it. So at the bottom of a zone, it's calls. At the top, it's puts. Just like that. Let's also delete this here. Actually, no, we could return that. Grab this. Put this over here. Because it's different. It's for something else. And then that's pretty much it, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. So, first thing is first. Let's go ahead and send everybody their welcome message for those who joined. Just give me 1 second. I got to send it to OB as well. Cody, I believe I sent you it, but we'll see right now. On Webull calls, how many days out? So if you're trading 0 days, you would basically look for the reversal points and the CS zones. That's how you trade 0 days. Basically with everything on my screen right now. For the weekly trades, you would still use the reversal points on my screen because these actually go from like 0 day price action and they work with like 5 to 10 day price action. But you would wait for number 4 if you're getting something that's further. So whenever I have the students get something that's 5 days, 10 days, like yesterday, it has to be only when you hit reversal point number 4. Anything in between, you kind of don't want to go for it. But even though I'm telling you guys, you had to buy the, the options on the 4th reversal point, like the 5 days, 10 days. There's going to be some times where you're at number 4, but it's kind of like this right here. Like imagine this. Imagine the market fell out the sky, right? And you're at like number 4 down here. Do you see how when the market ended up running to the high the next day, you actually didn't hit number 4 that day? So let me give you one. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to explain something perfectly here. I want to show you guys a situation where buying on number 4 doesn't work out. But I'll be real, I don't think we've hit number 4 in a long ass time. Last time we, oh yeah, over here. Okay, so you guys see how the market fell like all the way out the sky down here and then you were running up to the 650s? When you were running up to the 650s the first time, do you see how you ended up hitting number 4 on the reversal points up here? And that day you did not fall, nor the next day. That would have been a time where your 5-day contract would have got destroyed because of number 4. So the way you would have went about fixing that or ensuring that you at least have an opportunity to average down, you have to just wait for it to hit number 4. You have to wait for the day where it does that. And as you could tell, it pretty much doesn't do it all the way until over here, which is the part that sucks. So your 5-day contract would have got destroyed there in that scenario. So there is sometimes some days where you're not going to be getting a 5-day just in case the market could run up higher. You're just going to be waiting for the next day, and then we're going to try to be buying some 5 days on number 2 or 3. Kind of like this right here, this scenario. Because if we would have done that at 2 or 3, it would have worked out for number 2. Straight shutdown. You would have just had to sell it that same day. So what we could do here is come up with a theoretical in our brain where it's just like, all right, boom. When we hit number 2, if we buy something that's like a 5-day or like a 10-day contract, all you have to do at that point is just sell it the same day. So we're going to write that down on the rules now. We're going to start to add the 5-day rules to this. Because remember, I only have 0-day rules. When you look at the top right, you see how it says number 1, you're only using $10. And then number 4, you're using $40 to $80. That's for 0-day price action. So sometimes, honestly, I like playing number 4 with a 0-day, like yesterday, where you fell from number 4 straight down to number 1. Like, that was an awesome play, besides the fact that IV and Theta were completely destroying your contracts yesterday, because the day before that was FOMC. Today, we're pretty much just doing the same right now. You're just destroying all that extra momentum that was sent into the market, and it's kind of normalizing a little bit. So we'll allow it to normalize for at least another couple hours here, and we should get some crazy trades, Remember, FOMC, we waited the whole day to trade, and within that last hour, we made everything we were supposed to make for the whole week and more. We started the prop firm account. Actually, no, we started that the day after, right? No, we started it that same morning. Yeah. We started that prop from that same morning. Was it that same morning? Oh, no, it was yesterday. We started it yesterday morning. Like yesterday at like 1 to 3 a.m. And right now we're already up $1,200 with 0 losses. So I'm waiting to take the next trade on that account. so I can get funded. But again, I'm not just going to take a trade around here because you can quickly have a loss. I kind of want the market to expand first. Do you have advice? We exit trades now due to the premium burn, or just leave it to play out? Well, it depends, right? The market could start sending you up at a random point right now because you're holding at a higher low than the last low. So this could be a good indication that the market will be heading up higher here. At that point, I would just be looking at the CS zones. As long as you buy calls at the bottom of it, like right now it's 10:30 for example. The European market is going to close within the next hour. And when the European market closes, what occurs is momentum dries up a little bit because you have less players that are buying and selling at the same moment. So it's kind of now going from one market, one country, to just it depending on another market, another country. So that slowdown effect is what we try to pay attention to midday, because usually that helps you with the end of the day move. So like for example, right now, if you run above the 200 moving average on the 5-minute, I could see this market basically running straight to number 2 or number 3 on the top side. So as long as your options, your strike price, Stefan, as long as your strike price is for reversal point number 2 or reversal point number 1.5, so like a 663 or a 66, basically they're both 663 at that point because they're pretty close to each other. So as long as it's around 663, I would say yes, you can hold it. If it's anything that's above 663, you could potentially just tap out and then just hop back into the trade. Because remember, the next thing I had to teach you guys is how to sell out of your trade when it's going against you. At first, I taught you guys how to buy a good trade, how to know your trade has confidence in terms of like the levels, right? How to trade your, how to tell your trade has potential. The next thing is, how do we know when our trade is losing the potential? So we're kind of doing this like step by step. I think this is the best way for everybody to learn here. So yeah, that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So I appreciate you for bringing that up, Stefan. It's a good thing we could focus on today. I was going to do that next week, but I think it's better today, just so we can have like a little early look at it, right? So for example, the Webull call, right? We got a Webull call for the 35 strike for November. We might just sell that for a loss and then try to buy a whole nother strike price that's way closer in terms of the strikes, right? And then the expiration, we want it to be the same, if not further, for Webull. Exactly, Cody. Exactly, yep. Because there's like hundreds of things occurring at once with this market at all times. And with the technicals, they allow you to actually see the paths that the market's following. So all you got to do is be able to depict, break down, and lay out a game plan for it switching between those different paths. That's it. So it's like if you start seeing the trend veer to the left, you might make a left turn, you know? If you see it veering to the right, again, you might make a right turn. If you see it steadily compounding and increasing the trend very sharply, you might fall out the sky. So for example, SPY already broke the wedge that it had created on the run to the upside. Since it did that, what I'm thinking is now, because look at this right here, right? Like that was the first major trend, and right now you're way below it. So the next thing you would do now is have this box here go to the top, which is the new range from yesterday. And then the first major target is going to be this midpoint right here. So if this market does fall out the sky, you will be hitting around this midpoint here. You know what's the funniest thing, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see how I just measured September 2nd to the top of over here? If you actually take this box over here, look at how weird this is. Take the top, take the bottom, like that, right? Put it to the top, and you guys tell me if that's really close or not. It is, right? So it's like you literally did half, like double the range from over here. That's the one thing I started noticing with these weekly boxes is the trends are actually always, for some reason, aligning with a previous weekly box. The more alignment you can have with a different box, the more structure, the more strength it contains and has, is the idea. So your charts will get a lot, will get really crazy, but then you're going to have a chart just like mine here, where it's not crazy, It's not that much stuff on it. You just got lines going from left to right, which are the same trajectory. Pink one means selling. Orange means potentially a midpoint. Yellow is like the really good midpoint. And it's kind of weird, but I created these lines all the way down here, as you could tell. And me just copying and pasting these lines on top of itself, these are called the silo fibs, right away, by the way. So this is one of the hardest trading styles you will learn here. But in terms of the silo fibs, look at how yesterday perfectly hit the midpoint. And then you ran, right back up to the top. Or not yesterday, FOMC. And then this is when we had basically everybody go long down here. We bought calls, we went long on the futures, we went long on the prop account. And it worked out really nicely. And then after you made a new high, then we went short up here yesterday. It worked out pretty nicely as well. And now you're kind of stuck in between that, that area. So what I want to see now personally is either us go straight to the top and break out, hit the top and fall, or just fall right now. So of course, I know when I say it like that, it's kind of like duh. But again, that's just step number one. If you hit the top and you break out, that's going to have a different layer of steps after that point. So it's not just saying, oh, the market's going to do this, do that, or do the bottom, because obviously that's the case. It's going to do one of those. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because after it does one of those three things, what's next is going to be different for all of them. So like, for example, if you hit the top and just fall right away, you could see this start to dramatically pull down to the floor. Versus if you fall down right now first and you hit the orange line and you stop right here, you could start getting bought up to a new high. So now we're kind of working on the randomness of the market and all the other different situations that could take over, like the other paths that I was referring to earlier. Now we're focusing on those and kind of highlighting those. And that's pretty much it. That's like the conceptualized game plan every single day. ACHR is in a nice monthly cup formation. We'll take a look at that. Let's look at SPY on the reversal points real quick. You're right back down here to 1.5. We could buy some, let's see real quick. Let me go to the other chart. You're at 1.5 again. We could test the long here. We'll test the long, and if anything, we'll just sell it if it goes below it.
Order filled.
Okay, so we're long here. This is the prop firm account. This is what we're trying to actually get funded on. If you just make a new low lower than this low over here, we're just going to sell out for a loss. The way you do that is just close position right here. So just keep your finger on it. Keep watching it. Yo, watch. Watch, just watch. Just pay attention, everybody. Again, don't be fearful. Don't worry about it. It did go below.
Order filled.
That's consolidation, so I got out for free. Now I want to see if it's going to continue to go lower. Again, you all just saw me get out for free right there. I was down like 200, but now I'm out for free. The next thing is going to be to buy it down here when it falls down a little bit lower. The euro's dipping. Let's take a look at it. All right, we hit the top. Let me see. Let me look at the euro. We're up 467 right now. So again, I'm going to sell the euro. Just because you're at the top, you could change directions here. So I'm not going to bother with it no more. Let's go ahead and post that trade. Again, for the options, you got to wait. You got to be patient. So instead of us just slyly gagging around here and not doing nothing, I'd rather us just trade and make money with other things, you know? So I'm not wasting your guys' time. Because sometimes when people join, it's just like they want the trades, and I understand. I completely do. But sometimes you just can't trade aggressively, you know? So the way I like looking at this Discord is you're going to have a lot of moments where you're trading a crazy amount. Some weeks, some days. And then other days we're just going to be learning, trading other things, making up for our time that we're spending here. And that's pretty much it. And again, I'm not talking about the new members that joined. I'm just talking about in general. If I paid for something in terms of somebody's Discord, no, of course, the first day I join, I would want to make money with them. Of course, I agree. But that's why we have the other Forex, futures, crypto trades, stuff like that. What time do I start the live every day? We usually start at around 6 a.m., 7 a.m. But to be completely real with you guys, I've been having just a little bit of problems health-wise. So I'm just trying to take care of that stuff. But it's causing me to knock out a little bit earlier and kind of not wake up soon. But yeah, it's all good. We'll be back to our normal schedule, which is like 6, 7 a.m. all the way to 4 or 5 p.m. And then after that, we do our classes, like private classes, one-on-ones, all the way to about 10 to 1 a.m. And then we just keep, you know, doing this every single day. You said Spy's about to fall into the abyss? Let's do it. Let's see if we can get another long here. You fell down to reversal point number 2. So again,
Order filled.
I'm going long again here. And I want to see it bounce up to number 1.5 now. Which you're about to do it right now.
Order filled.
There you go. You're at 1.5 now. I already sold my trade for a little profit. That was another $50 right there. So first trade was free. Second trade was $50. We're just going to keep nibbling at the profit. Again, this is the only way I like trading futures. In and out, in and out. I'm going to miss most of the trends, but I do not care. I just want something that makes sense to me. Something that I could replicate every single day. So when I'm truly telling somebody, hey, you can make this consistent, repetitive, and you can never take a loss, it's truthful. And that's the only way. You always got to take a little bit, not a whole lot. And then when you get a really good trend like number 4, that's when you can hold the trade a little bit longer. Like yesterday, I completely forgot about getting into the puts at the top. And that was a really good put play on number 4. If you guys seen that. Let me go look at the SPY chart so you can see. So if you look at yesterday, number 4, that right there, off of that put, I probably would have made around $600 to $700 on the futures. So that was really, really nice. So that's what we're looking for today, really. Ah, I just kicked my leg. How's the profit though, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? I know it's not crazy yet. I know it's not nothing, massive yet. But just like the structure, the conscious thought that's always floating about. I hope you're kind of you're smashing it out the park here, everybody. If you need me to slow it down or you need some help, just let me know. I don't even think we went live on YouTube yet. Yeah, I think my YouTube is like frozen. Never mind, we're live. I thought we were frozen. Sometimes that happens for some reason. How's the rain in the background feel, everybody? Isn't it real peaceful or is it just me? By the way, Slug, I appreciate that welcome message. I appreciate that, brother. Looks like everybody here has to fight for their spot now. Come on now. We got to make this exciting. By the way, for the part of the 30,000 that I made, that I took out yesterday, I'm going to now be holding my own challenges where I'm giving you guys the money. Because again, I really do not care about making money from my own trades. There's no value that I gain from that. at this point, the only value I really gain in the world, the only meaning that I really have is to teach. So whatever value I gain through teaching, then I will use that to actively buy my car, my house. Until then, any of the money I make from trading is just going to be to help you guys. I am not leaving you guys behind in the dust. That's not how this is going to work out. So just acknowledge that. My own growth is going to be tied to your growth. So do not slow me down, because as you all know, a lot of people in the world need our help. We can't be selfish here, you know. We got to move quick, move quick. Not quick trades, not fast money, but in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the studying, in terms of the charting, in terms of you showing up. Every single time you guys trade now, you're not trading for your own money no more. You're now trading with this group's vision and this group's name on your back. So think about it like that. You're never trading alone no more. So make sure your next trade, don't overthink it, of course, but just make sure it's structured. If you get into a structured trade, such as, let's just say you bought on number 2, and the market falls straight down to number 4, and you take a loss that day, I'm not going to say you did a bad job because you bought at a structure point. The next thing I will look at, however, is how much money you use. Did you average down? When did you average down? Were you scared to average down? You know what I mean? That's all the stuff that I pay attention to. The stuff that's just going to bring you down. So remember, that's the main intention here. The first challenge I'm probably going to hold is going to be maybe around 500 to 1,000 in terms of capital that you guys will make. I don't know how I'm going to send it to you, but yeah, we'll go through that. We'll go through that later, I guess. It's not too important. But yeah, we're going to do 500 to 1,000 the first time. As long as we incentivize you becoming, you know, a fantastic trader, and we put the, you know, the opportunity right there on the board for you to actually do it yourself, and we incentivize it, like I said before a couple seconds ago, I feel like then we'll have an environment where everybody just grows a lot quicker. I got a feeling. You said a spike-a-ronies? Yo. Oh, man. All right, let's go back to the other chart, the monthly, the weekly boxes. It's a little clouded here, so we're gonna have to fix this in a second. Let me see. There we go. That should be perfect now. Let me fix this box over here. I don't like the way this looks. Excellent. So again, everybody, today is going to be a slower day. Don't expect to make too much capital. Just try to narrow your vision as well as the charting down to what I have it here. We went over the consolidation snap the first thing when I started this YouTube video. So if you guys go back in the YouTube video from today, today is September 19th. Just go to today's video, rewatch it. For those of you that are on the Discord, go into the silo fibs and copy the reversal points. And then those of you that are on the Discord, go into the dart boxes and then copy the weekly boxes that I posted for the classes. And that's pretty much all you got to do. You're literally going to have the same chart that I have at that point. Which means the decisions that I make, you'll start to understand it and notice it. Other than that, yeah, you guys don't have to do too much today. I just want to make sure everybody has this stuff on. Once everybody gives me the green light, the thumbs up, the next thing we're going to do is work on the EMAs and the moving averages. I want to show you guys how to trade on those, or at least how I trade, you know, around those lines, those averages. And yeah, it's very simple, by the way. It'll take us 5 minutes to go through that stuff. By the way, Randy, how we doing over there? I haven't seen much comments from you in the past couple days. Just let me know how your process is going, because we got to speak soon. Louis, we went through... By the way, good morning, Louis. Anybody here join late? Let me see. Meech, good morning. Louis. I think everybody else was here before. Mansa, good morning. Yeah, let's get our one-on-ones nice and... Sorry, Louis. Say that again.
Nah, I was just saying what's up. I thought I was in the Discord earlier, man, and I got disconnected. I didn't even know, so I looked at my phone.
It was probably all quiet, right?
Right, yeah, you know exactly what I'm saying. Yep.
There we go. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, we got everybody here today. Let's see something real quick. Let me make sure I'm not in a long right now. We're good? Are we in a long? No, we're not. All right, proper. That's proper. There we go. Excellent. Remember, the goal today is not to get stuck in the trade with the futures account. That's our goal here. And if you guys wanted to start a combine account, again, the way you would go about doing that is you would pay $50 to potentially $80 for a Top Step account. It's just, I do not want you guys to do that right now. Because if you blow the account, I don't want your mental, I don't want it to get overstimulated by the losses, because then you're going to kind of give up inside. And we kind of don't want that here. We want to make sure that it's a real streamlined process for you guys to learn and to be able to trade every day, you know? We don't want to make ourselves suffer here. But if you guys feel like you're ready for it, I'm not going to stop you. You guys could join me, and we can all try to get funded together. Let's see if we can make this the most funded group in the world. We already have 2 of our traders here already funded, which is rare because we don't even have that much people yet. But I think if everybody else tried, I think we can get everybody funded here. Because this is easier than trading options, I'll be real with you. I had initially thought that the futures was going to be a little bit harder, but honestly, no. It's actually easier because there's no theta. Those 0-day options, I'm starting to realize it. Those is probably one of the hardest things to trade in the world. It might be harder than the futures, like completely. I still want to run some statistics. I want to run through a bunch of trades. And yeah, when I reach my conclusion, I'll tell you guys. But I do think that the 0-day options might be one of the hardest things in the world to trade. So technically, if I make you guys trade Forex, you're going to notice that it's easier. It's more forgiving. And that's what I want. I want to teach you the hardest thing. So we might move into prop firms within like the next month, while we're also trading and teaching options. We might do both of them at the same time. Because they go hand in hand, you know? When your options are getting destroyed, you're making money with the futures at least. What's good, Meech? Good morning. Alright, let's see where SPY's at real quick. You hit the bottom down here. You got a little bit below 1.5. You almost hit number 2. That was one of the reasons why we decided to just hop out of that play. Was because you didn't perfectly hit number 2 here. Once I see us perfectly do something, then we're going to hold the trade a little bit longer. You could still run up to the top here, though. Don't forget that. You could definitely run up to number 1.5 or 2 now, because you didn't do it earlier in the morning. And that was the equal reaction from, like, the first move to the downside. We needed that move to the upside here. So, yeah, we still have some room right here for upside. About $2 away. I still want to see if this could drop down a little bit more, because then we'll have a lot more room for the upside. And that's pretty much all, really. We could look at a couple other names. We'll look at Archer. I think I seen you guys send that name a little bit earlier today. Weibo is still a really good buy. But again, I would start with shares and really far out options if you're going to buy Weibo. Let me see. A-R-C... Wait, no. A-C-H-R. Archer Innovation. I believe I have some charts on this. Oh, I don't. I didn't do it yet. I do have this on the watch list, though. This is for, I believe... Is Archer a flying car company? Let me see. Where's my flying car companies? It is, right? Yeah, I had a feeling. It's just like Joby. Joby's another flying car company. Yeah, you perfectly had crashed from that crazy new high point. Yeah, that was a really good put. Alright, so now that we tested what puts would be good had we had played this, we're going to try to see if we can trade this next time it runs up to a high. This is Joby. Then this is the Chinese competitor, which is a Chinese company that makes flying cars as well. As you can see, these charts are really done. You managed to hit the 1/4 point twice and fall down to the 1/8, but it really does look like you're about to start ripping into a crazy new high up here. If not, you might hit the 1/4 point again. So if we can get above this 1/8, which is 19, I could see us run to 35. That's for the Chinese competitor. Archer, I don't know, is it American? Let me see. It says New York Stock Exchange, so I'm assuming San Jose, California. Yeah. Okay. So this is an American company. We want to focus on the American companies first, unfortunately, because China's market is very, very controlled. It's kind of scary, but China's market is more controlled than the US's market. And I think that's something to say, you know. That's something we got to bring up. That's why the only company we really trade is like Baba. Because Baba's like one of their best of the best of the best companies in China. You said Lockheed Martin? Let's go take a look at it. What's their ticker? I don't think I remember. Let me see. Do I have it here? Oh, LMT? Yeah. So LMT. Let's go to the charts here. Saturday class, this is the wrong one. So let me go back here. What just happened? Oh, okay, wait. What's happening? What was that? I think it just kicked me off of Discord. Give me 1 second. Momo has encountered a problem. No, just cancel it. I think Mumu just... I don't even know what just happened. Alright, anyways, let's go over here. LMT. Lockheed Martin. We don't have Lockheed Martin done, so let's just go do it real quick. Okay, so Lockheed Martin is stuck at the 1/4 point, ladies and gentlemen. And then you actually managed to perfectly hit this point. Yeah, Lockheed Martin's really following these lines here. These levels. Alright, so that's perfect. I love when the companies do this. You don't gotta do that much work. YouTube is not receiving... What? What does it say? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. I think I gotta close some tabs here, everybody. My computer's starting to have a little heart attack. Let's go ahead and close this. Let's go ahead and close Blender. I'll finish. I want to make the city for the Discord. So I'm thinking about creating like a whole city for us for the anime. Where like we can have like, I don't know, people's characters from the Discord there. Because I want you guys to add have a little portion that's of the show. Like a piece of you inside the anime. I want every single person here to be just a part of it. But imagine this. There's going to be a bunch of buildings here. They look very similar to this. Like this type of... I don't know. I'm just going for something different, I guess. We'll keep toying with it and seeing if we could create something else. But for now, let's just save this. Let's go here. Discord city. .blend. Save file. Alright, now let's close this. What else do we have to close out? Oh, that's a lot of pictures we have to close. Close this one, close this one. What is this? Become a funded trader. Your subscription has been modified. Okay, we can exit this one. Subscription. So I'm paying a little bit more for TradingView now, just so I can have real-time data for ES. Just so we all can have it. And I think it'll be good. So if you guys don't want to pay for it yet, you could just look at my screen. Just make your money worth before you actually pay for it. Oh, I just deleted that by an accident. That's okay. Alright, any other tabs that I can close? We can close out some of these YouTube tabs. Actually, let's leave it. Let's turn off or put down the rain music a little bit. I want to see if we can... Let's get some nice soothing music in here. Here? Nope. Where did I put it? Oh, we also have iTunes up. Let me close iTunes. There we go. Now we should be able to see this run a little bit better. Do we need to have this community up? I think it's fine. So again, everybody, since today is Friday, the first thing I want you to do here is look at all your notes that you took the last week. Could you all put that on a document, if possible? Or if not, just paste it into my Discord. Into our Discord, I should say, not mine. But paste it into the Discord. And then we're going to break down everybody's notes to see what everybody was thinking when they bought certain trades. Let's fix up some patterns that people have that are not proper. And then let's go from there. Let's have some fun here. For this account, we're just going to wait for it. This is the competition account that we were doing on Ninja Trader. I couldn't, you know, scalp trade just because we were obviously having to deal with something. So, yeah, we're not going to go far with this competition challenge. We were number 45 in the world at one point. But yeah, we're just holding the trade. We'll see how this turns out because we have until 4 o'clock today. So if I get back home and who knows, the trends are really good, we could possibly get to the top 20 again, top 30. Top 40 again, I mean. And then potentially top 30, top 20, right? Maybe the top 10. But it's okay. Because if we would have won the challenge, we would have made around 1,500. But remember, we just took out 30,000 yesterday. So it's alright. I'm not stressed out. We'll get into another challenge. But next time, I want everybody here to be in it. Not just me. It's just since it's futures, it's like I didn't want to rush you guys to get into this challenge. Whoever was down with it, whoever wanted to try it. It's going to be a little different. That's the only thing. Okay, you're at number 2 on the reversal points now. Let's look at some longs here.
Order filled.
I'm gonna let this trade rock for a second. See if we can make like 300 to 500 off of it. If it goes down, again, we'll sell for a loss once it goes below number 3 on the reversal points. So we have around 50 cents of a potential loss that we can kind of consume here. Right now you're up 50, 60. Let's go check the CS zones real quick. What's going on here? How we doing? How we doing? So we're at the bottom of a CS zone, which is nice. I could see you falling down and creating a new CS zone here. So we do have to watch out for that. You might waterfall into a new low. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me just wash this real quick. Let me take this out the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. All right. Let's see what's going on here. How's everybody doing so far? So we were down 360 at one point. We didn't put a stop loss, but no, yeah, it's not that bad. That's pretty good. Let's see if we get a little bit of an equal reaction right here. Let's go back to the other chart now. So you did in fact make 2 new CS zones below it, just like we were talking about. Those are your zones right there. Very close to the first one. It was made like right at the first, 10-minute mark, 15-minute mark. Little by little, everybody, little by little. As you can see, now we're profitable. We'll see if this just goes right back negative again. I'm thinking we're going to at least be able to run up to a little bit higher than before. Like around 6699. That's what I'm thinking right now. But you guys could put a stop here. Whenever it does something like this, it's just like you either sell for slightly a little bit of profit or you're going to hold for a little bit longer. You don't overthink it. It's just either out right now or I'm going to hold it for a little bit longer because I think it still has potential. Even if you're wrong, again, you still want to just go with your decision, You never catch yourself choosing both decisions at the same time and trying to overthink it, and it's just nonsense, You're just overstimulating yourself at that point. Which I used to do that a lot. I used to have so many weeks where I would overstimulate myself, and it was just unnecessary every single time. At least that's what I would find within a couple days or a couple hours, even if my idea wouldn't work out right away. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. Alrighty. Let's see if we're going to be able to actually run up a little bit higher here. I want to see if we could run straight through the 200 moving average and then straight to a new high. Waiting for the 660 dip. Here we go. Excellent, Vikash. 30% and then 70% on the SPY. And then you got a 16% on Tesla. Excellent, brother. That's awesome. See, this is awesome already. You guys are already trading different names, different things, aside from my trades. And I love that. I want you guys to understand how much I appreciate when you guys do that. Because it shows me that you're actually throwing yourself into the unknown. And that's the scariest thing to do in this market,
Order filled.
I'm taking my profit there, everybody. That was another profitable trade. The first one was break even. The last two was 50 and then 80. So right now we're up 130 and it's only 11 o'clock. Of course, we could force more gains, but because the market's moving around like this, we might as well take that $80 because we saw it, If it comes back down again, we'll let it. And we'll try to see if we can scoop up some more plays down here. We can also go short here, just for fun. I'm going to sell it quickly. I'm just letting you know. All right, so I sold it right there. That's another profitable trade. And then you wait again. Let it go lower now. So now we made 150. I'll change the music. There's no music, it's just sounds. I want to create a channel like this where I can go live. And I just want to have like music playing in the background from like scenery or like places I create in Blender. Like imagine me having a place from my anime as like a, you know what I mean? Like a little environment. I feel like that would go crazy. Yeah, look how much people, he's live with 1,000 people right now. And he started this on September 16th. 1,200 people watching this right now. That's amazing. Alright, let's go see what we can listen to, everybody. Remember, there's a Chips and Guac playlist here in case you guys want to actually add some music to it. Actually, I want to add this. I like this a lot. We'll add this to the Chips and Guac playlist there. Japan, Weibo, car, supply and demand zone. I guess we'll just add it to those playlists. Oh yeah, I forgot. Last night we were watching this. When I had the tea bag. So I used the tea bag. And I put it on top of the infection. And it actually ended up helping out.
It is absolutely freezing out here.
So I might do it again in a little bit here. Before I leave to the doctor. Let's get another tea bag. Yeah, that thing exploded. I had it on top of my teeth, and the whole tea bag exploded. That was disgusting.
This is the greatest thing on earth. The weirdest thing is that I can hear people's voices up here. What's happened to you, mate?
What in the world? Was that a bull?
I've just got this. I can hear people's voices.
Mafia, why am I watching this? See how sidetracked I get? Alright, let's see what's going on here. You're still at the bottom of the CS zone. This does not look that good, everybody. Something large is going to happen here very soon. The reason why you could tell is just because if you actually create a trend from the top of the day and you just use today's live data, that's basically the downtrend that you're currently stuck in right now. So you're near the top of a potential area where you could sell back off to go down here again towards the bottom. If not towards like a quarter point right down here. Now if you take this and you copy it, don't clone it. Take it, copy, go to this chart, which is the boxes, paste it. If you now arrange this with every other idea and thought, you would see that, yeah, you could hit a new area down here around reversal point number 3. But remember what I told everybody this morning? Does everybody remember? I want to see if you guys remember this. I know I talked about it a lot, but what I'm specifically referring to is what I said to do with the second and third reversal point. Do you guys remember that? So what did I say, Stefan? Not confirmation. Compare it with yesterday. What did yesterday do? Not the consolidation. If you take a look at yesterday, basically what occurred here was, look at what reversal point you hit before you ran up. You hit number 1, then 2, then launched up. So today I told everybody, I think it's going to hit number 2, waterfall down, this is number 3, and then you're going to launch up higher. So when I went long on the futures, remember how I went long on the prop firm account? And then I had to go basically clean some stuff. We didn't sell out there because you stayed at number 3. So we were down $300 to $400, but there was no point to sell out because you didn't hit the area below number 3. So that's how you could start having stop losses even when you're playing futures or if you're playing options, because number 2 is where we bought, number 3 and below is where we were gonna stop out, but you held. Basically meaning the first idea that we said would happen today happened, and we perfectly predicted it ahead of time, is the idea. And then Cody, you say in terms of the reversal points, did it ever change? After number 5, they stay the same. The reason why is because slow term consolidation has a lot more moves. Like, you're more probable to hit 1 through number 4 than for you to hit 5 through number 12. Like, 80% of all days usually stay stuck between 1 through 4. When you hit one level, you have to leave a runner and set a stop loss. Stefan, that one is for the CS zones. So that's how you trade the CS zones, not for the reversal points. But you are correct, yes. That is what we talked about earlier. When you hit the midpoint, you basically stop out of 90% of it. You take your win, and then you leave one of them to run to the top. When you hit the top of the box, such as this blue box right here. So the midpoint is a stop loss. So this is the next stop loss right here, the midpoint, 66149. And then at the top, you should just have one runner, just in case this thing continues to blow up. And then you would basically put a stop loss on your runner at the top, right here. So now we're at 1.5. I want to see if you're going to fall back down again. If not, again, you're just going to V-shape right back up. And this is kind of like a backwards accordion, right? Where now you got one move to the downside. I want to see if this is going to make a new high. And then we'll know how to play the next couple moves. Alrighty, everybody. Looks like your waterfall into the upside here. Absolutely amazing. This looks beautiful here. In terms of what we could do for this like little random piece of just the trend here, we just wanted to get to the top here, which is 662.60. So far you only hit the 1/16th point, and then you managed to run right back up to our current area, but it's not structured, you know, it's just like in the middle of space and time. We are at the top of a CS zone, so you could get puts here, yeah, but again, it's in the middle, so you could be in the midst of actually going to the upside right now. So you could get a put, but it might be just a little risky. So you sold it for 30%, Cody, and then you got into another one, and now you're up 30% again. Excellent, Cody. In and out, in and out, in and out, brother. Especially with the 0 days, you know. With the 5 days, you might be able to hold them for a little bit longer here and there. But remember what Louis did yesterday. Louis, he was buying them and selling them the same day, and it was a 5 day, and he was making 100 to 200 per contract. So that's also excellent as well. 2 different play styles between Louis and Cody. Perfect execution across the board. Same thing with Vikash, right, from earlier. Just in and out, in and out. Any other trades you guys made? Stop loss set to 30%. Excellent. Let's do a slug. No, yeah, take your time, brother. Enjoy your time with your family, man. There we go, Stefan. Any other trades today? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see what you guys up to. All right. We'll pay attention to the trades afterwards, just in case you guys are still in your trades right now. Remember, I will have to be going to the doctor in a few here. The infection did go down a lot, so that's a good sign. But just in case, I just want to make sure. Dun 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 na 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 na. You're at number 1 on the reversal points now. Steadily climbing. You're dominating the top now. Once we hit number 2 or number 3, we can start buying some puts. So in the middle of that, like between now and then, you're just focusing on the 200 moving average, such as this midpoint right here. They're perfectly lining up right there. And then you're also paying attention to the 66260 level. Very important. That's your weekly boxes right there. Okay, so let's see the options. Let's see what's going on here. See if we can get some plays. And then we're going to look at any single loss that we had the past week. So far, it's honestly excellent because of that big win that we had a couple days ago. That it's kind of funny because just one win right there that we withdrew, that's pretty much about times like maybe 10 or 20 everything we ever lost this year. So imagine all the trades that we lost profit on, the Tesla, that one Nvidia, the one Tesla from February, which kind of doesn't count because we made that money a couple days prior, so we just lost the same amount that we made. But I'm still going to count it as a loss, even though it's free. So the Tesla, the Nvidia, the Google we lost out on. The AMD that we lost out on, where it was about, I think, $300.
Yeah, most have to, right? Yeah,
and
so there are a lot of spiders. So yeah, just close them.
My fault. Sorry, Vikash. But if you factor all those trades in, it equates to about 1,600, or if not, I think it was around 2,200. Like across the board for everything. In fact, that might be actually, I think it is 1,600. 2,200, I think, if we count everything that we didn't make it free. But if we count everything that we just took a full loss on, it was about 1,600. With that one trade that we just withdrew, again, that's 30,000. So that's like, we're right at the point of kind of freedom, you could say, mentally, where as long as you're at this level, you're not losing too much, you're not overdoing the trades. Whenever you're trading 0 days or 5 days, it's not all your capital. It's a good amount, good chunk. But the lesser time you have for your expiration, the less money you use, you can always robotically create a system where you're never going to actually lose too much. That's kind of the idea here. So that's all, everybody. That is all. That's the game plan right now. For the options, we're also going to start trading it. Just give it a second here. We want to make sure we have the best entries, you know, so we're not having to deal with fighting back and forth. For those of you that are in the calls, just have a nice stop loss just in case it tilts at any point. If you're waiting for a higher high and you don't want to put a stop loss, you're just looking for the 200 and then for the top here. Once you get above those two areas, you're going straight to number 2 or 3 because you hit number 2 to 3 to the downside. So that's basically telling you what your next potential objective is for you running up higher here. Okay, so we got that out the way. I think we had a lot of good ideas that we discussed today. Like, we had some really good ideas in terms of structure, in terms of trading, in terms of predicting the market stopping at number 2, hitting 3, and then bouncing right back up. The next goal is to hit number 2 to 3 to the top side. But if we slow down by number 66270, which is like the 200 moving average, if you slow down around there, the one thing you want to do is potentially start looking at the puts. Because you could have a day like today where it's just choosing like the bottom grid of reversal points. Does that make sense, everybody? Like, you know how we have 1 through 4 up and down? Sometimes I've seen the market just play on one side. So it just keeps hitting 1.5 back up to opening price. Hits 2 or 3 back up to opening price. It'll hit number 4 back up to opening price, if not to number 2 or 3 on the other side. But just specifically referring to days where it chooses one side of the grid, just be very careful in these days. Archer call flying. Oh yeah, let's take a look at Archer. I don't know if we finished it. I think we were supposed to finish it here. The futures is blasting up towards the top. This is phenomenal. This is really nice. So for Archer, I don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes you gotta like restart the whole thing. There we go, Cody. Look at that. So the first thing you do in this scenario, this is what everybody here should do, is you're gonna be doing this. Watch this. Go to the 1 hour. Took 50% on your SPY calls right there, Cody. Excellent. Excellent, brother. Remember, everybody, whenever you have some questions, be sure to always ask it. Never feel like you should ask it later on or another time, because we all forget stuff. I'm the first person that needs to say that. I forget a lot of stuff every day, you know. Just got to take your notes, draw your charts out. Is this the low right here? I think this might be the low. Yeah, that's the low right there. So for Archer, in terms of the boxes you created in May, in terms of the most recent low that you had down here, you have a couple different boxes. So the first box is going to be this area right here. And as you can all see, you're above the midpoint. This is a different box from the bigger box, so let me change the colors. The blue box is the smaller end, like the smaller trend. The orange box is the bigger. And then, of course, you would continue to expand it and make it bigger. Now we're going to make the all-time boxes. Once we make the all-time boxes, we go over here to the left. Make sure we pick the top. That is not the top. Delete that. Zoom in. Sometimes you can't pick the top unless you zoom in. It's a little annoying, but it's alright. We just gotta deal with it. Select the bottom right there. Bring this all the way to the right. Now, the funniest reality about Archer, if you look at this here, what are you gonna notice, everybody? You're literally at the all-time midpoint right now. So be very careful. I could definitely see it swing above the midpoint and give you a really, really good trade. But just be very careful around this midpoint. This is basically where big moves tend to occur. So again, don't be worried. But just recognize a big move is going to occur real soon. Especially if you're running up into an important point. Like that 1/2 point right there. Let me put it to the right side just so you guys can see it. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. So you're next to the greater midpoint, and then this last midpoint from the current upside range that you had in May, the midpoint's going to be right here at 1134, 1131. So as long as your strike price is below this, that is phenomenal. That's perfect. Which, Cody, your strike price is below that. You just got to watch out for this halfway point. That's all. I can see it go to like right here, if anything. Because think about it for a second. If you hit the midpoint and then you fell down to this low, equal reaction, Cody. Take your box, go to the midpoint. Remember the bigger box, not the smaller ones. Go to the low. And then take this box that you just made and put it on top of the midpoint. That's how high Archer could run up for an equal reaction using the flow from down here. So that's how I always get my buys and sells, as well as my strike prices. You always want to go before it. So if the top is 12, you got to choose like 11 or 10, somewhere between there. So right now, your option, in terms of an idea, in terms of structure, in terms of opportunity, this is a really good trade right here. You still have a lot more opportunities. Just be very careful. You know, the midpoint. Midpoints. They're the most annoying. So everybody else, you basically want to do that as well. Thank you for taking your notes, Cody. I really appreciate that, brother. Lift just pretty much cradled on itself. So we're not going to touch lift yet. The European market fell out the sky here. Let me see. Do I have any? I think we did. I think we sold. Did we sell the long we had? I'm pretty sure we did. We might go long again here. Oh, yeah, we have some really good profit already. Yeah, that's awesome. Again, the $10,000 account is almost at 12K again. If we get to 50K, we'll take it all out again. So I'm just going to keep going to the next level and then taking out all the money and then keep growing it again. I think that's the best idea here. And then with that money, we could use it to build the Discord. That sounds like an awesome idea. I never thought about it like that. It's kind of funny. I never thought about that until yesterday. I was just like, we could do all these different events. You know what I mean? We could really get this popping here. We can also have like a YouTube event in case you guys want to have it for the community. Or we have events for YouTube, and depending on how good they do in these events, they could possibly join the Discord for a couple of days, right? Just to see how it is here. As long as they, of course, you know, win the event. And the same thing for you guys in the Discord. If you win this challenge, I will not only give you money, but I'll give you a free Discord membership for that month. I have no problem with that. That sounds like fun to me. Anything that gives you guys opportunities, anything you could think of, just bring it to me, let me know, and I'll try to see if I could create a way or a system so that we can have it for the Discord and this community here. By the way, when I come back later on tonight, we're going to have a little movie night in case you guys want to join up if you guys are free. If you guys got families, of course, I'd rather you stay with your family, right? Chill your family, of course, always. That's the benefit of trading this market, is you have all the time in the world to be with your family. That's the most important thing to me, because when I was younger, I didn't really have anybody that was, you know, basically anybody around me. Everybody was working. I was always by myself. So I know your kids would love it, you know? You said what's playing? In terms of... what do you mean? Does it sound like the audio is double or something? Is that what you're referring to? Oh, movie night? We'll have like a little vote. It's a couple different movies. I want to watch something that not everybody has seen. But I have no problem watching a movie that I have seen before. I won't spoil it. I'll keep my mouth shut. So I'm thinking like maybe Interstellar. I don't know if... I think a couple of you already seen that. We got Interstellar. What else we got? This is a good movie that came out recently. Avengers was garbage. I seen it. Absolutely terrible writing. Yeah, did I tell you guys? Did I complain to you guys about that already? They spent like $200 million creating that movie, and the animation and all that stuff. Okay, nice, not that bad. But the actual plot, like the story, it's just like who's writing this? I don't know if it's just me. But yeah, something definitely with good writing, a good story. Yeah, I can't think of something off the top of my head. Well, we'll see. Because I have Netflix or I have Crunchyroll in case you guys want to watch anime. But I doubt everybody wants to watch that. So we'll see. We'll see what you guys want. To a certain degree, Cody, yes, to a certain degree, but because you know how, like, you know, if you do a movie with Marvel and you're basically contracted to be there for the next movie, they do raise the actors' pay, but to the point where you're putting that much capital, I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that all their money is going into that, and this is why I say that. Because take, for example, an anime, right? With the animes, a lot of these voice actors and a lot of these people, they're like the image. They're like the core just idea of that character is that person who's alive, is the idea in terms of their speech, or if they do presentations, or if they go to events for the anime. And you know what I've noticed? They all get paid terribly. So maybe I could see how American, you know, movies, they do it a little bit different with their actors. We can actually break down the numbers to see what they're doing. But with the same amount of money, you can give me a quarter of the money. I will make a way so that through collectibles, through Blu-ray, through all the stuff that you could sell, TVs and clothing, right? All that different stuff, the TV show. And we could literally create a system where those actors are receiving money from residual payments or from other things and end up spending 10% of the money. I already know, because these people who actually are behind the scenes creating these shows, they don't get paid a lot. I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of the animators, a lot of the drawers, like manga artists in Japan, they get paid like $9, $10 an hour. And these shows are making, like, think about Demon Slayer. But then again, I know Unfoldable pays their studio, their members a little bit more than normal. Unfoldable is one of the best studios of all time. And they still don't pay their artists the most. I think Madhouse was one of the studios that used to pay their artists a lot. But then again, I remember hearing bad stuff about Madhouse as well. And that's pretty much it, you know? These people are definitely not getting paid a good amount. We can change that. I could give an artist that gets paid normally in Japan $30K. I'll give him $100K. I'll give him $150K. And I'll buy him a house. And I'll buy him a car. Like, I'll do the most. And when you do that, you tend to see people actually break their cycle and their cage that they always create for themselves, because everybody's always stuck in a certain cage throughout any point of your life. There's always going to be something you're stuck in. And as long as you can have a force behind you that always removes and allows you to see the cage you're stuck in, you always will start breaching towards the next levels very quickly. Such as like with the Discord. Somebody would tell me, hey, what about if you get into a call here? How do you deal with this put here? Like, how do you get out of this? How do you make it worth it? And then I would have these aha moments myself where I would be like, wait a second, I can fix that. I can make it more perfect. But it was with the help of you guys. Me just looking at my own trades and my own ideas and my own patterns, I didn't really care about it that much. Because it was good enough for me to not have to do that, you know? But yeah, as long as you always have something behind you pushing you, you can always, you know, break these cages. Especially with the Discord. Think about it. If I'm giving you guys capital, if I'm giving you the free Discord membership, you know, even if you're paying me, you do something, you win, and I can give it to you for free, it helps. It puts like a fire inside of you. Because we all know I don't need to do a single thing here in terms of teaching or in terms of none of this. This is all just me wanting it myself. When that's the case, that's the most powerful thing in the world. That's what I've learned. When you don't need to be caged down or controlled, or you're doing stuff freely, it's the funniest thing in the world. And if I could have the luxury of dealing with that now at the age of 25, right, we just turned 25. But if I can have that at my age, I think everybody deserves it. So that's the game plan. I think you guys should also do the same thing if you're trying to create businesses or different, you know, things in the future. Just create it in a similar manner where you're going to be taking the short end of the stick, because you're going to get blessed. That's just how it works. Think about it. I wasn't even going to take out that 30,000 from Euro. I was just going to throw it into another trade and just go with it. Whatever happens, happens. But the more I think about it, it's just like now that's being a little stupid, because that money I could use it for you guys. So it's crazy. When other people are on the line, it's just like, I don't know. Stuff starts to look differently. You start to perceive stuff differently and you move differently. And it, at the end of the day, really helps you. Gives you real meaning, you know? Not just some side meaning. ES is now at the top. Ladies and gentlemen, you're now at the top. Let's go ahead and have some fun here. Let's see if we can short this real quick.
Order filled.
Order filled. Let's go put our stop loss just in case I'm not watching this. I just want a little drop down here. Or this is take profit, not really a stop loss. I might also just close it out if I see $80 profit again. So if it happens the next couple seconds and I see profit, I'm closing it. $12 profit so far.
Order filled.
I'm gone. Took my money and ran. Nice little reversal off the top there. There we go. Now we're up 170 today, 180. We can start trading options now. So let's look at the options to see how much they cost while this consolidates at the top here. What in the world is that noise? How's the euro? Euro's at the bottom still. We're going to go long on euro here. So again, everybody, we're long on the euro. Okay, so for options, what I'm looking at right now is I am looking at a... Let's go take a look here. By the way, I might have to go in a few here. So I might get into this trade and just hold it for like the afternoon session until I come back. I definitely see the market running up to number 2 or 3 here. So we just got to watch out for that, right? So a 660 put is currently around $14. This morning, this option was around... Let's go take a look here. We managed to go up to $74 when you fell to this bottom right down here. So from here to here, that's around 300 to 500%. Let's let this consolidate for around 2 more minutes to maybe 12 more minutes. And then let's see if you're still stuck at the top. That should allow the contract to lose enough value where we could probably buy a 660 for around $10, maybe. They're currently around 15. So it's not a terrible price to buy right now because you're looking for something much greater. You're looking for like $30 or $40. But that's pretty much where you want to aim for. If not, you want to aim for a 661 now, you know? Because today could be a consolidation type of day. It's kind of funny because remember in the morning we told everybody this is probably going to be the smaller end of the Dorito from Cody, right? So if we take that idea, you could see that this over here was kind of like a really good peak. You unwind it down here. So watch this. This is what you want to do now. We're going to take the bottom here. We're going to take this right here. And we're going to create a trend just off of those highs and lows. And the freakiest thing about this is what I just did right there. I don't know if you guys see this, but the reason why I made this was because of this low, and then this high. That's it. That's all I was paying attention to. What do you notice the market is still following right now? The legendary Dorito. I'm telling you. This is one of my favorite ways to draw technicals. It also shows you where the market needs to go to break out. So like, for example, watch this. If I take my Dorito here, I think we're just going to call it that. The Dorito style. I like it. It's so funny. We usually call this the triangle style, by the way. So yeah, you need to hold this trend here in order to continue to maintain this upside. So let's just say we want to theorize another way that we could do this. How would I be able... Let me see. How can I use... This is like geometry. How can I use some geometry right now to create the new upside? Let me see. Because this is a really weird scenario here. Maybe like this? It's not terrible. We could also use the low. Yeah, that would be pretty good because now I could see where the market's gonna squeeze. Like if you just pop up here, I could see you running up to here, 663, which is like right next to number 2. and then maybe falling down to number 1, if not the top of the box again. Again, that's if you get above. If you just stay inside here, we're trying to get these 660 puts. So far, they went from $14 to $15, and right now, as I speak to you, they're around 17 each. So that's like up 10%. Like, think about it for a second. If you have an account where you buy 10 contracts, right? So you buy 10 of them at 15, because you're never going to get filled at the cheapest price. You're always going to get filled $1 higher. So 15 you would get filled. Right now you would be at 16, 17. So if you just multiply that by 10 contracts, you're already up $20. If you continue to, drop here and you get towards, let's just say in between the blue zones right there, the CS zones, these contracts would be around 20 to 23. And you would be up around, how much is that? Like 100 and something? I think, somewhere around there. So you would literally double your account just like that. Just by going from 15 to like 23, 25. It's really good profit, let me tell you. When you start buying 15 contracts, 20 contracts, 30 contracts, which I'm going to let you do that, but not right now. Not until everybody's general level of understanding is perfect. Because I don't want you to just overdo it. Because one loss could eat up a whole month of gains. I'm telling you, that used to happen to me. You know how frustrated I was when that used to happen to me when I was younger? I used to be like, what is wrong with me? Just take the profit, stop throwing the whole account back in. If you're going to throw it back in, throw it into a leap where I can hold it, where I don't have to get rid of it. In and out, in and out. That's just going to lead you to more losses. Especially when you want the bigger gain. You might as well just wait for that bigger entry, that bigger level. Like, think about it for a second. I told everybody to go long down here with the futures account. And did we make a ton of profit here? Yes. Did we hold it for a long time? No. Why? Because we didn't want to. We knew it was going to potentially do this. But we were fine with taking the smaller gain because we're trying to structuralize all the ideas here. Make sure everything has structure. Make sure everything is meticulous. Make sure you guys can see how you could do this for tomorrow. And that's really all I care about right now. And then once I'm trading by myself within like the hour, like another hour here, we're just going to go crazy back and forth, back and forth. I'm going to have some fun here. Again, those puts are around 18 now, $18 to $19 each from 15. I still want to see if this is going to consolidate and kill the value. But if you just fall right back down, I could see you fall down to number 1.5 maybe. Remember, you also hit 662.60. I don't know if everybody remembers what that was, but it is your weekly boxes. As you can see, look at this. Look how beautiful that is. That's why we use multiple trading styles, is because sometimes when you're doing something on one trading style, you're still waiting to complete it on the other one, like the reversal points right now. We're still potentially looking at 664 for a new high. If it falls down in between here, like let's just say 66170, we could go long again down here. Did I ever see the movie Chef? Honestly, no, I haven't. Haven't seen that, honestly. Yeah, they do market the life out of these places. Like, not places, but the movies. By the way, Louis, not to talk about the topic because I'm live on YouTube. So unfortunately, YouTube is probably going to flag my account, or they probably have some system to flag me.
Hey, don't even mention it. I already know what you're going.
Yeah.
Hey, don't even talk about it.
But I'm just letting you know, that's one of the reasons why I try so hard to become as good as trading as I am right now. That's the like that when I saw that, when that happened, it was like a flip switched. and everything changed. I was like, all right, bet. The world doesn't want to help the world. The world doesn't want to do this. All right, I'm gonna do it.
Right.
Let's see how this is.
Yep. The only way you're gonna be able to make a difference is you get some capital about yourself. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Completely. 1 million is not going to help. 5 million is not going to help. 10 million is not going to help. I'm going to need 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion. And then we're going to start moving some things around here. In terms of just the future for our kids, right? We want the future for our kids to be beautiful. And that's all. That's all I care about. The Big Short. Was that the movie with AMC and GameStop? No, The Big Short was with Michael Burry, right?
I think you got like John Cusack in it. It's about the housing bubble.
Ah, Dumb Money, yeah.
When the housing bubble burst. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never watched it. I didn't know about it. It's something I said I will watch it.
Yeah, I've seen so many people lose money from the AMC thing. And because I saw people suffering, it's made me despise those CEOs as well as everybody involved. Even the people who were the retail traders. Absolutely disgusting. They were literally using each other to make more money for one another. Not for one another, but, you know, they would just try to selfishly, profit off of it. Some people would be like, yo, I'm going to hold forever. I got diamond hands. 2 weeks later, they're selling.
Oh, yeah, hey, that's the thing. Yeah. That was GameStop.
But it's turning into a good company now because of them listening to the one thing I wanted them to do. Not because of me that they're going to do good, but because that's the only thing I was paying attention to in order for them to actually stay alive was the crypto.
What move?
Them getting into crypto changed everything for GameStop for the future.
That's what's up.
You said the AMC CEO is evil? Yeah, I don't know. He don't got good a good name to him. He destroyed his own legacy just with that one moment. We'll see if he can make it out. We'll see if he can make himself a memorable asset in this community. But right now, it's just like, nah. Yeah, I don't know. Ryan Cohen, like the CEO of GameStop, I'm not gonna say nothing about him. But I know AMC, yeah, that guy, he definitely has problems. You know what was the wildest thing? A couple months after that, the guy who owned Bath and Body Works, he did the same thing. And you know what he did? He killed himself. Because he knew that he made a mistake. It's terrible. I wouldn't want that, you know, against even my own greatest enemy. I would never want death for nobody. But that's just wild how you could make a decision and destroy your own, you know, respect for oneself where you do that. Or someone pushed him off the balcony. You also have that. That could have happened as well. Especially when you factor in Boeing and all these other assassins that the stock market has. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to that, but every single time Boeing has a situation where they blow up a plane and, you know, hundreds of people die, their stock just goes right back up again. Yeah, I don't know. I think the trading game is going to be different going into the near future. I don't think it's going to be like, especially when supercomputers become a thing. It's going to literally, whoever has the ability to buy a supercomputer, they're going to be the winners at that point. Because no normal computer is going to compete with that. No, yeah, it's going to make it harder for us, I'm telling you. Not really, I can't say that. The reason why is because the way I teach you guys is to think like a supercomputer. For example, the idea of equal reaction is the same thing as a 1 and 0 both being on and off at the same time, which is exactly how the computers work. They pay attention to left and right at the same time, up and down at the same time, all directions at the same time, which is exactly what we're doing here. So the way we're trading and the way we're actually structuring the ideas, it's in a way where it's more advanced than the normal computer systems, which allows us to always have an upper hand, is the idea. It's crazy how you can come up with an idea, like a hypothesis, and that thing actually be the one thing that works out. So yeah, that's the goal. Let's make sure everybody has a really good safety net here. Make sure everybody has a structured way of trading, looking at things, and really making a name for themselves here. Because once we could do that for everybody, you're going to be fine in the future. Doesn't matter what type of AI system, computer system comes out. It doesn't matter. I'm just letting you know, when I create my computerized system of trading here, in terms of like the actual algorithm for my computer, like my trading, when that's done, it's gonna be a whole different game. Because think about it, I've done charts for over 500-600 companies, multiple charts at that, not just one chart. We have around 3,000 to 4,000 charts at this point, probably not fully like finished and completed with all the ideas, but at least we've worked on at least around 3,000 to 4,000 at this point. And if I can throw that into a computer, I'm sure you understand that it's a lot less work now for me to go into the actual algorithm and edit it. All I got to do is put my own statistics and information into it. I just got to get good with coding. And then once we could do that, yeah, it's a completely different game. That's why I'm going so crazy finishing all the charts, and I did the whole entire S&P, and now I'm moving on to the NASDAQ. Because if I could do the whole entire NASDAQ by hand, all 6,000 stocks, at that point, once I throw that into the computer, yeah. I'm just not touching the OTC market. That's the last thing I'm going to touch. I'd rather just have the systems trade that and find those names, you know? Okay, we made some good money today so far. The 660 puts are right back at $15. We're waiting for the market to kill some value here because you're in the middle of the trend. You're not doing something extraordinary. You're not doing something crazy. You could still run up higher because of what you did to the downside here in terms of an equal reaction. But yeah, we're just patiently waiting here. And you said the thing is, the way you see it, to enhance our current trading by becoming essentially passive income. Well, that's going to be another thing, you know, literally buying a bunch of dividend plays. I think if I ran the numbers already, as long as you have around $1 million inside of your dividends, you should be able to live a luxury life without having to ever trade again. Like, I believe, how much dividends do you need? To make $2,000 a month, I think you need around $60K if it's at a high yield dividend. So if you have around $60K, I believe you can make around $2,000. $60K to $100K will equal $2,000 a month. So if you guys have around, let's just say $1 million times 10, you would be making $20,000 a month. 200 to 400,000. I mean, not 400, but 200 to 300,000 a year. And at that point, you can kind of be a little bit more passive with the investing. And then you can move on to maybe another field, another business. Buy a rental property, buy a house. So the dividend for SPY is today. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. We'll pay attention to it. It's definitely going to shake up the market a little bit. Plus, we have, remember, quad witching. I feel like the Dorito is the best way to trade the quad witching. To be real with you guys, you're still listening to the top of it here. By the way, everybody, if in case you want to see the bigger Dorito, because of course there's a daily Dorito, there's a weekly Dorito, everything has its own Dorito. That sounds so stupid. But if we go to the bigger charts here, watch. Let me show you the bigger ones. I believe it's on this screen. Let's go here. Let's go over here. Where are you? There you are. So these are the bigger Doritos. I do have to fix this one. We can add a new one actually, but I'm not going to add it here because I like how we were using this to trade February of this year. It helped us with so many entries at the top here, as you can see. Every time you hit the top of the Dorito, you were crashing. So let's go ahead and go to the next Dorito. Let's see, where did I put them? Where did they go? Maybe this one? What's wrong with these charts? What's going on here? Is it over here? Let me see. There it is. So the current bigger Dorito, as you can all tell, the way I got this was from using the low of the tariffs and then using the high of before the market crash because of the tariffs. And then you just make it hit a low point, which was from over here on September 2nd. And then look at how you perfectly hit the high yesterday, and now you're below that high today. So it always gives you areas where the market's going to want a magnet to before it actually does it. You said that's one of the few things you had been using before you actually joined the Discord? That's awesome right there, brother. That is awesome. And then if you want to make like a different Dorito here, the way you would go about doing it is you could just use the same low from down here. And then just basically use another low, like a new one, and then use the previous high, like one of the recent highs. You can go like this, like yesterday's high and then the low of 2 days prior to that. And it's like we're kind of stuck in the middle here. Days like this are usually the most annoying to trade because you could literally still fall to the bottom down here, or you're just going to stay here, like right in this little quadrant and not really move to like tomorrow or Monday. But yeah, that's pretty much the Dorito. I'm pretty sure I had more of them. I just have no idea where I put them. Yeah, these are your weekly boxes. It's not going to... Oh, there they are. There's the other one. Oh, yeah, look at this one. This is the one I was looking for. Wait till you see this, everybody. Look at how structured this is. And it's scary how well it works. So I'm just using a bunch of Doritos, focusing on lows. Some of them are focusing on the highs. 3 different sets, or 2 different sets. I need to add a third one that goes from the midpoint, which is going to be like right here. Somewhere in here I gotta... Basically, this is one of the most advanced things I've ever taught people to do. And yeah, you would do it here. Somewhere around there. You said now that is a chips and guac chart. Right? Yeah, I love this chart here. Oh shit, wait, I gotta go for my appointment. Holy fuck. See, I always do this. It's at 1:50. You still have some time here. Give me 1 second. Okay, now we got that going. So now when you look at this chart here, this chart is basically predicting how this market could actually pick up, going all the way back to the lows of 2022 and focusing on all the highs of 2024. If this market really gets like fast, the 700s is going to be a very important area for us to play puts from. Like right here. We're going to play some puts below this. And then look at how it keeps hitting the top of this one, the pink one here. That's why if we fall here, I feel like this market's going to drop you right down here. Like right on top of the pink one again. But we just have to wait and see, you know? Because look at all these ups and downs, right? You go up here, you fall through it. You go up here, now you're holding a little bit beneath the top. You go up here, you're still holding a little bit beneath the top, but higher than over here. And then over here, we still haven't fell down anywhere right here. So I think that the price action is going to take you down to here soon. Like 448. So I believe we could actually just... We can get an insurance play, honestly. Like 12 days out, 15 days out. Because how long did it take you to run from the bottom down here when you touched it last? September 2nd? That's 17 days. So another 17 days, let's just say 7, 14, 21. So by the 10th of October, let's go look at the options now. I forgot Webull doesn't work that well. So let me go on my phone real quick. October 10th. Let's look at puts for 640. Someone's buying a lot of the 650s. Someone has 10,000 open interest. So yeah, they are starting to buy into these plays as well. If we get a 640 flat, where can you fall down to? 640. Let's say it takes you to October 10th. You would fall down to 645 right here. That's where the pink line lines up. So 645 option would be 178. That's not bad, honestly. 14 days out. Oh, no, that's October 3rd. Wait a second. October 10th. Yeah, so these are going to be a little bit more pricey, yeah. These are going to be around the 300s for 21 days out. But you would be buying a put for 640. So yeah, you know what we could do today? Let's use a cheap account. And let's see if we could take this cheap account. Take it to like $200-300 by Monday. And then let's see if we could lock in a put for everybody on the Discord across the board. I want everybody to lock it in. Even if this ends up being a fail, it's okay. The intention here is to use a cheap account, build it up to a medium-sized account, like 200 to 500, and then dump in some of that money for the long term, like 21 days out, 30 days out. And then we're going to use whatever money we have left to make that free within a couple days. Because remember, you guys seen it yesterday and the day before and the day before that. These 0-day options, they move pretty quickly. You can go from just a $20 account to $80 within the same day. 3 days of you doing that, cautiously, of course, meticulously, and boom, that option that costs $200-300 is free. It's crazy. And you'll still have 20 days of time left, 17 days of time left on it. You're not going to average down, of course. You're just going to make it free. And that's pretty much it. That's what you do for insurance plays. You don't average down on them because it's just insurance. You're just trying to make it free. And then once you make it free, boom. Leave recovery mode. Get out of recovery mode. start looking for something more aggressive, as if you're basically, you know, hunting something. You're hunting something for the market. And then sometimes you're playing defensively, of course, whenever you're making your money back. That's the reason why you guys see me sell quickly, is because that's just defensive playing, you know? Maybe I said that a little bit off, but you see what I'm saying. This is perfect so far. The backside in chess. Of course, we do have to make new boxes now because you did make a new high. Yeah, these boxes go back far. September. Oh yeah, this is September boxes. So we're using September 16th, which was, of course, the second week. We haven't used the 18th data yet, at least not on this chart. But I believe on one chart we actually did. Let me see. We have some updating to do here. That's what it looks like. It might have been a different chart. You know what it was? I think it was this chart here. Ah, we still got to update it, yeah. Okay, so we're going to update it with the new data from last night, ladies and gentlemen. Or yesterday, sorry. So again, that's the new high now. This is our new box. The halfway point is now going to be 573. So whenever you're playing a leap play, if you're trying to actually trade this market falling out the sky, the strike price would be around 570 now. At one point, it was 564, as you could see. And then before that, it was at 547. That's why I know I always talk about this, because this was one of the greatest things I've ever predicted in my life. Honestly, like this week right here, I was like floating on clouds for like 3 weeks straight. Because we bought a bunch of calls down here at 480. The next day, you were at 540 on the SPY. That's $60 within 24 hours of you hitting that low. That's the craziest trend that we've ever had. And the reason why we sold it right here was because... Just take a guess. Crazy, right? Just because it was the midpoint. And then I told everybody to hop into puts. And we're not going to play puts for you to fall out here, because that's more dangerous. We're just going to play for half of what you just ran up, which is the quarter point. And look where the market stopped after you hit the halfway point. Back to the quarter point. Then it ran up back to near the top point. Slightly below the quarter point. And then you ran straight up to the top again. You got above it. You held. And then you started running back to this quarter point up here. You pretty much kept gapping up. And then when you hit the quarter point, you slowed down. And then we had to deal with the slowdown for like a few weeks here. But this was perfect. I'm not going to lie to you. We had some of the best trades right here when the market actually started to go sideways. So if the market's doing something like this here, it's kind of like you're going sideways but upside. So I'm telling you guys, just take it slow. Take it slow. Sometimes you have some months and some weeks where you're doing stuff that's a little bit harder to trade with. You might not make a crazy amount of money right now, but just give it a second. You're always going to be able to actually find another opportunity that's more user-friendly. And like I told you guys earlier, this Discord is not only just for me to teach you, but it's also going to have those bittersweet moments where I don't really think it's bittersweet. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but I think it's actually a good thing. But think about it for a second. Think about it. If individuals are wanting to be taught and you're paying for a service, that service shouldn't just come with that one thing, which is the actual teaching. That service should also come with another extra ability, which is making sure you don't overtrade. You understand? So it's like in the act of you and the bittersweet moments, of course, where we're not trading and making a lot of capital, it's actually helping you at the end of the day. Sometimes, you know what I would do when I was making a crazy amount of capital in this market? Instead of me trading that day, I would literally just go on Amazon and buy something. So if I was going to use 500 that day, I'll go on Amazon, buy something for like 200, 300 that I need, or that somebody in my family needs. And I would literally just use the rest for trading. If I didn't want to trade that day and I thought that day was garbage, even if that day turned into a crazy trend, so be it. Who cares? There's always going to be another day to trade. There's always going to be another bigger trend. Think about it. You know how many times I missed $60 run-ups? You didn't even have a $60 run-up ever, but in terms of like monthly or weekly stuff, and at the bottom here, when the market actually fell out the sky because of the tariffs, we ended up catching that $60 run-up down here. That was, you know, the last time I did something like that was 3 years ago when I caught a $15 run-up on CPI. So yeah, you just get better as the years progress. You're not going to always get something like that, but when it does happen, oh, we're going to be ready. But that's why you need extra capital, you know? That's the safety net thing that I'm talking about in terms of the insurance. You always need to have more capital on one account. Maybe you invest into, I don't know, you invest into a certain stock that's not moving too much. It's at like a good low. For example, like Intel. Or, for example, Unity. Or what else do we have here? There's a bunch of names. What other names were we trading? Snapchat, right? A lot of these names, SMCI, all you have to really do is just buy it at the low and just put in like 500 or 5K. And within 2-3 weeks, you'll be selling it for 15, 20K. Think about the Intel trade. Just the Intel trade. I don't know if you guys were here when we were doing that, but let me go back to the chart. Just off of the Intel trade, we ended up making 16,000, and we barely had any capital in this. It was about 2,000 to 1,500 each contract. We did have a lot of contracts for short term, and I'll show you why right now. Intel, let's go here. Come on. Thank you. How do you just switch to SPY? Okay, so on Intel, let's zoom out. Let's go to the 1 hour. When we told everybody to buy down here at 19, again, we had strike prices for 22. That was the ones that expired in September. That we sold it the second you ended up hitting it. I didn't even wait. I'm sure you're looking at this trend and you're probably like, oh my God. But let me explain something to you. That's the reality here. If from here we had 2,000 in the trade, and right here that trade was at 7,000 each, like not each, but like in total we were profiting 7,000, so that's about 5K profit. It was around 300 to 200%, if not like around 400. We sold it. We made all the other contracts we bought down here free because we spent about 5-6K on all like everything. By the time you hit here, everything was free. By the time you went here, we sold out of the options for $25 because that was the second strike price we played. It was 22 for this year, 25 for 2026, and then for 2027 we had a 30. I think like what, like a 30? And we sold that one a couple days ago when you ran up to 33. So we basically perfectly played each leg made money throughout every leg, and had many trades down here. We were just trading it back and forth. Every single day we were waking up 200-300% up with just the smaller trades. So that's all you need to do. That's it. Now that extra capital that I made from Intel, I'll just throw into something else that I feel has the same potential, or just save it. Just save the money. Just throw into another account, start another cheap account, and don't even worry about it. Don't be like me when I was making $5,000-$10,000 from $100, $200, $300, and then I was throwing it on to 0 days still, losing it every time, losing 60 days, 70 days of work. You know, excruciating work, not something that was just easy. But do not do that, please. Save that money for the long-term trades. And then when everybody here has 100 to 500K, then we'll start going crazy on the 0 days where we're putting 1,000 into it, trying to take it to 10K one trade. Well, we still have a long way to go before that, all right? This is basically the chart I was trying to show you, by the way. So far from the new high, you hit the 1/8 point. I still want to see you fall down to the halfway point, which is 650. And that's a really big drop, ladies and gentlemen. So let's look at the 650 put here for like 2 weeks out. Not 2 weeks out. When was the last time you touched it? It was right here. What day is this? The 9th. So from the 9th to today, today's the what night? What day is it? 19th? I thought today was the 18th. Whatever, the 19th. 10 days. So let's go look for a 10-day option. SPY options puts. Let's look at 10 days out. September 29th. For a 650, it costs $120. It's not bad. It's not bad. These options are very pricey, let me tell ya. I think it's still because of the FOMC momentum. We might have to wait like another couple days. Maybe until next week, actually. Realistically, we might have to wait till next week for these prices to get like cheap, like how they were before. So that's also another thing we got to worry about here. As long as we keep making money with something. Oh my God, I forgot about the Euro trade. Let me not say nothing yet. Let me see if we're down on that. We're actually up on that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me see. We're up $400 again. I'm selling it. Taking a picture. Close. Sell it. That's only 7 pips right there. Let's go ahead and post it. I'm going to document all the trades later. I really don't feel like wasting time right now to write about the trades. We'll do that when the market's closed. I feel like every time I do that, I waste so much time. I'm out here writing essays and paragraphs, and I'm just like, we could do it a little bit later. As long as we don't forget. Because I oftentimes do forget, yes. I'm definitely there with you on that one. Yeah, look at this drop here. Let me see something. Let's go to the SPY. Go to the reversal points. Let's see what point you were hitting. So you're holding on top of the 200-day moving average. You broke the EMAs. You hit the pink one. You made a new high. Now you're hitting the green one for the first time. I could see this also taking you to a new high. If not, I could see you falling down between the blue and purple. And then when you fall down here, you could start getting bought up again. Because sometimes I've seen that happen so many, like, recent times. Not sometimes, but many recent times. Like the last, you could say, 6 months. The market would start doing this where it would hit the pink, run up higher after it hits it the first time, and then go straight through the green, and then react on the pink, or not the pink, but the blue and the purple EMAs. The pink EMA is the 8-day. That means your short-term trend. That's like your confirmation that the short-term trend is still holding itself. Which, right here, of course, this means that the short-term trend is breaking. The green is the 13-day EMA. It's more of your midterm trend. So the midterm trend, as you can tell, is also breaking. And then the blue line, sometimes on 2 different charts I have different lines. Sometimes it's 21 or sometimes it's 24. You could just mess with 24 because it's a little bit more of a proper range, not so close to the 13. And then that one right there is your bigger term confirmation. So whenever it hits the blue line, I go long on the blue line, like if I'm trying to trade with the EMAs, or in between the blue and the purple. That's my favorite place to go long. We call that the golden pocket, if you guys want to take a note. So again, in between the blue and purple EMA, you have the golden pocket. So that's what we're waiting for next. You said Hot Pockets? You guys ever seen that commercial with Jennifer Lopez and Snoop Dogg? Every time I hear about Hot Pockets. Search it up if you haven't heard it. Oh, it's a comedian. This is the Hot Pocket commercial I'm talking about, by the way. I'll post it in the chat here so you guys can watch it. Hot Pocket. Ah, I see who you're talking about now. His name popped up. Hot Pocket. Let's just put Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's not Jennifer Lopez. I thought, why do I feel like it was Jennifer Lopez? It's Kate Upton. I don't even know why he did that, but that shit is just so funny. Hey, you got what I eat. You say, oh baby, you. The euro looks like this thing might start switching. Ooh, I just noticed you're hitting a. Come on now. That's what I like to see. You're hitting a structure point down here. I don't know. I hate using the Owanda app to make lines. I don't know why they don't update their app. Why doesn't everybody just steal TradingView's layout? Just like how Topstead did our Ninja Trader. Oh man. All right, so what was I talking about? Euro and the fact that you're holding the downside. We're just gonna use the Dorito for this. Let's fix this Dorito up actually. Wait a second, I could have made this much better for us. Yeah, look at that, look at that. So you are listening to this. Let me leave this. Let me not change it. And then let me make a new one. And then let me go like this. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. So I could still see you falling down to here and touching the bottom of that Dorito. Oh yeah, Bow Wow was on it too, right? He was? Yeah, I thought somebody else was on it. Nah, yeah, early 2000s was definitely amazing. It was like the best time of entertainment, you could say. Like the 1990s going into the 2000s, with all the TV shows, all the cartoons. You said this commercial is wild. Nah, I'm telling you. I remember watching that when I was, how old was I? That was 12 years ago. I was 13 years old when I watched that. Yeah, I used to be playing Minecraft around that time. I remember I was watching that thing while I was playing Minecraft, I think. You guys want to hear something crazy? I used to spend hours creating not mods. I wish I knew how to create mods. I'm actually trying to learn how to do that now. But I used to spend hours creating maps with storylines in them for Minecraft. Where like we spawn on an island and we don't know how we got here. You know what I mean? We don't know why we're here. We don't know how we're gonna leave. And you're just trying to find clues and stuff. And yeah, we would create so much YouTube series from that. Like me and my friends back then. The only problem was that I just kept putting all the work and time into it. Like nobody else would help me. So eventually I just stopped doing it. Cough, cough. I'm actually creating one right now for you guys. We're going to have a game night where you once everybody has a PC here, I want to have some game nights where we literally we play some games, we fight to the death. Winner gets the prize money. Like imagine having like 100-person Minecraft event where like you're with your kids and you got to go against everybody else's family. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that would be wavy. People turning against each other. People forming packs. Imagine the plot changes and... I don't know, makes me feel childish again, to say the least. But yeah, that's the next plan here. We'll probably start doing that towards the winter when it starts getting a little cold. And I'm just, whatever money I make from Euro, I'm just literally going to keep dumping it into the Discord. That's just what I'm going to do. Once everybody hits a proper number, then we'll start doing some fun stuff with that. In terms of like buying stuff, you know what I mean? I think that when I talk about buying stuff, it doesn't, even if it's obviously everybody knows that's what they want to do as well. Like for instance, you hit 400K. Why wouldn't you get a $20,000, $30,000 car if you never had one? But I do not think we should keep talking about that no more. Because it kind of makes you feel like you're selling a dream. Let's dream for a bit. Let's dream for a second. Let's talk about it. Let's break down the numbers, of course. But then let's move on. But yeah, there is a lot. I'm sure you understand. There's a lot of things I want to do and I want to get. But it's not time. It is not time for that yet. After I seen that purple GTR the other day. Oh my god. Let me post it inside the chat. I saw this GTR like a couple days ago. And oh my goodness. I'm sorry to bring up cars, by the way. I know I keep doing this. I'm sure you understand. I absolutely love vehicles. It's like an art to me. And then when I get to the point where I could build one, oh man, I can't wait for that. But yeah, look at that GTR in the chat. That's like the exact one I want as well. Yeah, I can't believe I saw that next to me. It has to be a sign. Has to be a sign. Because I haven't even seen one that perfect in Japan. Like when I was in Japan, they have a lot of blue R34s. They have a lot of R32s, R33s. I seen the 1972 Skyline. That was also beautiful. But I never seen like a midnight purple like that. So it's kind of crazy. By the way, for some reason, I don't know if it's just me, but if you guys ever get the chance to go to... By the way, if you're going to Japan, you better let me know. We'll go together. We'll make this a group thing. Or if you want to just go by yourself with your family, I understand. It's amazing. You're never going to forget your experience there. Like, I went to a couple different places. Not everywhere around the world. Let me not say that. Barely any places, honestly. Just Canada. A couple states around the U.S. Hawaii. And Japan. And... that's probably my favorite place out of all of them. Besides Hawaii. Hawaii is more of a place I like to go by myself, though. Until we have the trading house. Actually, let's talk about the trading house for a second. I don't know if you guys know that. But we are going to be buying a house soon so that we could teach people in person. Because I think that that's better than this. I don't really like teaching over the Discord. It's good. It works. But if you guys could see me in person, you're gonna grow much quicker, much faster. And the reason why I know that is because when I'm teaching my friends, they don't... So let me not actually say my friends, because not all of them pay attention. I don't know. I think it's a age thing, probably. But let me show you real quick. Let me show you. I was thinking about it. I could pretty much just buy it myself, or I can have it under a... I don't know. I want to see if I could put this under a business so that if we ever sell the house, if there was a person who put money into the house, let's just say, I want to be able to have them be able to make something from it. Because this house is a lot of money, let me tell ya. We either could make a big mistake buying this, or... this is going to be a phenomenal idea. So this is like one of the houses. It's 26 million. It's pretty spacious. It's pretty gorgeous, honestly. I would take out basically this whole entire... you see this living room here? So I would be having somebody report on the news 24/7, like Live Trader TV and their compound. And then I'll have all the trading tables here. And then to the right, you have a... like this down here. Then we have the big ass kitchen. We'll have some chefs here cooking. And then you have a nice little outside area. So it's kind of like a cozier, smaller type of situation. But let me see. Let me show you the other one. This is my favorite one here. It costs 45 million. But this is where I want to be at. Look at this. Imagine taking all that out. We could leave half of it. Half of the chairs and stuff. But we could literally turn this all into like the trading room. And then just wait till you look inside. Yeah. Have a few TVs around. And then look at the kitchen. Like, this is insane. So I think that this is kind of what I want here. Even this right here, that's awesome. Come up with a little game plan in the morning. Have everybody stand in a circle. Big ass pool, but I think I might want to... actually, I don't think I would expand it just in case, because I'm scared of landslides. And the last thing I would want is people to be in this pool and that to crack or something. But I think we would notice the cracks before it happens. You're not just going to fall off the cliff, right? But that thing is scary. I probably would put a fence there or something. Probably like a see-through fence. But yeah, this is the point of trading, you know. This is to live a life like this. To be here all the time. Have a little farm here maybe in the background if they allow us to do that there. We could probably do something like that. Grow some stuff. That would be a good idea. We could put a little greenhouse. Have a bunch of like hydroponic farms that go vertical. Yeah, I think so. I kind of want a bigger hot tub though. So I'll probably make this whole area here like a hot tub. Because yeah, we're going to have a few people here. But yeah, that's the idea, everybody. That's the game plan. And let's just say, if I mess up and we have like $20 million and we're about to buy this house and I'm telling everybody, you know what, let's dump the whole entire 20 million, 10 million, which I'm sure you understand I would never do. That's just a little stupid. But let's just say we go over here. I'm thinking about this house right here. So beautiful view. The area I was showing you before, the other houses, they're pretty much right by the water to the left side here. Then you have the volcano. It is not active, by the way. And then you have the city to the right side where everybody be at. This is pretty much where I was staying at last time. Like right around that city right there. But this island is really small. Like you could drive around the island within an hour and a half. Going at like local speed. Lettuce. I was thinking about that, right? Like a lettuce farm. Like a vertical one. Yeah, that would be wavy. And then I was thinking about turning this into the trading room. We could have probably like 16 setups maybe. Maybe we could have some setups on the outside. Just in case we get some more people coming in. Little news station right here. A nice little kitchen is right by the big room. Just in case, you know, obviously people are hungry. The bathrooms are kind of small. And the rooms are kind of small as well. We won't be able to have too much people sleep here. But we could make up for it. Since the house is only 3 million, we could possibly purchase something next to it. Like one of these other houses. But think about it. The reason why I want to purchase a house here is not to take from the Hawaiians. Is not to take from the, you know, their own culture, because everybody's just robbing them of their land. I would actually be really wanting to do this so I could become more knowledgeable with the community and so I can help them. You just said Rasta lettuce? Is that real? There's no way that's real. It's real? What's the difference? I never heard of that before. What type of lettuce is that? Let me see. I've never heard of that. What in the world? How does this taste? So you don't really put it on top, you put it like before or after. Yeah, it's crazy. I never heard of this before. What in the world? Polynesian? How does it even grow like that? It looks like a knot. Almost like, you know what it almost looks like? Like almost like yarn. Nah, it looks crazy. I never knew that. But yeah, I want to work on something here. Whether it's me buying people homes. Like imagine you buy somebody a home. You pay for all their mortgage for like 3 years. And you tell them they have 3 years to be able to actually either one, completely sell the house. Where they're not going to get all of it, of course. Or two, pay it themselves. Within 2-3 years. Obviously, that's a lot of money. I know you understand that, but I think that's what the world needs, is somebody to go that above and beyond for people. Especially when, you know, you have all these situations occurring over here. A lot of homeless Hawaiians. There's also a lot of homeless veterans here for some reason. But we're definitely going to do something for everybody. So yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know which one I'm going to get. What do I think I'm potentially capable of? Like right now at my age, in terms of what I know, you know, in terms of trading. Like, do I think I could hit 40 million, 50 million? And the answer is, I think the potential right now is around 500 million. So I know we could get this easily. It's just, I'm going to probably have to wait till I have another teacher that I'm paying to help me. because sometimes I might just be completely focused on these trades. We're going to start the account together. We're going to start with a very low amount of money too. I want to start with like $100 or like 1,000 and then literally just trade till we get to 50 million, 40 million, 100 million. And then we'll just straight up buy the house in cash. Because I have no credit right now. Which is also something I had to start building here. I had to start building on this like real soon. Because I'm so young still. I don't know. What do you guys think I should do? Since I have some extra cash right now. I could throw that into a business account. And trade off of that. Because I do have the business account that's just waiting. We could do that. That could help with the credit. I was thinking about just getting like a cheap car. Like 20,000. Pay like 18,000 or 16,000 in cash. And then have the other 2,000. Just let it run. And just pay it monthly for like 6 months. People told me that would help. By the way, I'm going to have to... We're going to have to take a little break here, by the way. Just because I had to go to my appointment. So just be very careful when I'm not here, everybody. I don't know if you guys want me to put some music on in the meantime. Let's see. Let's go to our playlist here. I've never heard of my stomach make a sound like that. What in the world? I don't even know what I just heard. Let's go to 2025 playlist. I got you. Let's do it, Cody. Let's see where it's at. I gotta fix the order of this playlist. I gotta make it better. I feel like it's too random. Did I pass it? There it is. Wait. Oh shit, I have the YouTube. No, they're gonna give me copyright now. Shit. I forgot. It's all good. It's whatever. I try to see if I could take it from the video after. Yeah, one more copyright strike and they're gonna take my channel down. So we gotta be very careful here. Sorry for everybody on YouTube. Let me let the Discord hear it. Alright, let's go. Where is it? I don't think I have that song here. We gotta add it. Yeah, I don't. Okay, let's go add it. Save to a playlist, chips and guac, and then we'll add this to 2025. And then there's another one I gotta add. This one here. Save to playlist. Here and here. And boom. Now let's go back. Let's go to over here. Let's go straight down to the bottom. Come on now. Like this is, yo, literally, when you guys pop up in Hawaii, you're gonna walk into the house and all you're gonna hear is just music playing. You're gonna find me in a corner just playing towards the ocean. Watch. I can't wait. That's literally all I want. That right there, you know how happy I'll be because of that? Oh man. And then let's put this underneath. And then we're going to put this song underneath those two. Oh shit, what did I just do? I'll put this one up here. We'll fix up the playlist. But yeah, so you guys got this song next, and then this song after that, and that song after this. I think I should make this a little bit more. Let's see, what else can we have here? Relaxing jazz music. It's 18 minutes, just in case I don't come back in time. What else can we add down here? No rap music. We gotta maintain our frequency here. And a lot of this rap music does not contain a good frequency, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds nice, but, you know. We'll have like one or two of them, if anything. This one's really good. Childish Gambino. Gambino. Come on, there we go, there we go. Let's put it right here. This song is really good. This is one of my favorite songs. Let's put this towards the bottom. I'll probably bring it back up towards the top later on. But I want the end of the playlist to be really good as well. I want to have like a really good start. Then we'll have some like jazz music in the middle. Or actually we'll have the jazz music towards the end. I feel like that's better. This song is also really good as well. What is this? Duckworth? No. Righteous Mind. Too much cursing. Actually, we might have to have one of those songs. I prefer Joey Badass over a lot of other artists. One Bear? And Rhymes Like Dime? Yes, sir. Wait a second. I want to put all three of these. Can I grab all three of them? No, I can't. I got to do all by hand. Brian, when I'm gone, I'm going to send you all the stuff that I was supposed to send you earlier. And then we'll go from there. Anybody else do I need to send the stuff to? Slug, I need to send you it. Brian, you need it. Cody, Wad, Louis, and Randy. I've updated it, as well as Stefan. So I'm going to send it to you guys as well. Just give me a few, alright? Okay, so let me go now before I'm late. We're going to leave you on this chart right here. We're going to delete the first Dorito right there. Okay. You guys got this? Don't rush it. Paper trade. Paper trade as many times as you can. It's one of those moments. For now, scalp trade. Scalp trade off like the 1 minute or the 5 minute on the EMAs. And then your bigger trades, you're going to wait for them to go to reversal point number 2 or number 4. That's your bigger trades. If you buy on number 2, average down on number 4 or 5. If you buy on number 3, wait for number 5 to average down. Or wait to be down about 80 to 90%, and then you can average down if you buy some puts in number 3. What I want to see occur here is you run up to number 3 and then fall right back down to the opening price. So that's what I personally want. Just because I'm not looking for something too ridiculous, too insane. But I just wanted to consolidate around here. You're also on top of the weekly boxes, which is like this chart right here. My fault. Let me pause this for a second. So you're also on top of the weekly boxes, which is something you have to pay attention to, because if this market does run up you're going to run up to at least the 1/16th here, just like yesterday, which is 66436. If we look at the other chart again, 66436 would equal reversal point number 3. So that's how high you could run up if you hold right now. If you're not in calls, I would suggest not buying a call right now unless you're going to scalp trade or you're paper trading. You could buy whatever you want if you're paper trading. If you're going to buy calls and you haven't already, wait for this to hit 661.95 and then get a cheap call for you to run up to 664. Sounds like a plan? Let's do it. All right, I'll see you guys in a few right here. Wait, I forgot the music. There we go. All right, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back! What's good, everybody? Just give me 1 second. Let me clean this up. So it's all good news, all good news. No bad news. Yeah, we'll have a class around 9 o'clock. I might have to teach somebody in person here. I just got to double check with them, make sure that they're actually going to pick me up here. Let me check right now. If not, we're going to have like a 2-hour long class. Go over everything we did today. I want to show you guys how we predicted the fact that the market would run up to number 3 and fall. Because that was an amazing prediction. Come on now. That's exactly what the market did. And then from there, that's it, really. That's it for today. Today's Friday. We're going to have some extra classes, of course. Just because. And then I need to send everybody the information that they need because they just joined up. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I just need to use the restroom real quick. Sorry about that, everybody. I was talking to my sisters right there, making sure they take care of their health. They don't end up like me. Alright, what time is it? It is time to get a watch. I'm just playing. Who's here? Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna be getting picked up around 6 o'clock so that I can help somebody with their charting in person. So we have about an hour and 10 minutes to basically get everything done. You about to make some stir fry? Send some pictures, Cody. We have a food channel if you want to send some pictures. Hell yeah. I would love to see how that looks. I gotta start learning how to make food, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And we have some chefs here, so it shouldn't be too hard for us to learn, but still gotta learn. You said, did you call me by my name, Mikey? I thought you said Adam. You said Adam? What's good, Mikey? Yeah, it was good. They did blood. They did physical. They did everything. They look at my skin. And they said, nah, yeah, I look good. They're going to do some tests on my liver and my kidneys. And then I should get like information for that like tomorrow, or if not in like 2 days. But everything else is fine. Like the infection cooled down. It's not that bad no more. I can actually like speak and like, you know, talk and eat, and I don't feel weird. And yeah, that's pretty much all. I'm very happy. So I had to tell my sisters like just to make sure they're taking care of themselves, you know? Making sure that they're actually not taking too much sugar, too much snacks, brushing their teeth, flossing, because everything matters. Mikey, call me whenever you have some time. All right, brother. Make sure you take it easy. Enjoy yourself with your family. And yeah, call me. All right, Mikey. All right, Mikey. We gotta give ourselves a code name. I gotta get a code name for you. We'll think about it next time. But yeah, Mikey, just stay safe. I'll see you. And yeah, I'll be here in the background for the next hour before I leave. Let's make everybody join up here. Roger that, brother. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you for showing up every single day. You know that? I appreciate you, brother. I really do. All right, Mikey, I'll see you. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me see something real quick. You guys are awesome. You know that? You guys are kick-ass. This team we got here? Oh my goodness. Guys, I think we should go to Spain. I think we should take a little trip to Spain. I gotta find my wife. I think she's gonna be from Spain. If not, maybe Mexico. Maybe Japan. Listen, all I'm saying is we gotta take some trips. That's all I'm saying right now. So, because I did not take a trip on my birthday, of course, you guys already know I want to take a little vacation. I really do. But I'm not going to do it until I see that everybody in this Discord can take a vacation with me. Even if you don't decide to do it, that's fine. If you have the money for it, boom. Time for me to take a vacation. So I need everybody to have at least 1,000 to 5,000 by the next 2 weeks in order for me to leave. And if that's the case, then boom. I'll go on a little vacation, a couple days. And that's all I need. Reset. And then for the next 6 months, we're just going to be trading nonstop until nobody needs to work again. Sounds like a plan? You got that 1K account to 5K now? Come on, Cody. All right, boom. Cody's good. That's what I love to hear, Cody. We're just waiting on Slug, Randy, Mikey, and Prime. Once you guys get to 5K, boom. I'm going to take my trip. It's a priority. Remember, I need a trip. Come on now. I need one. I know you need one too. We'll get you one. But right now, I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, I definitely need a trip. Just a little one. A couple days, maybe a week. I think Hawaii will cost me, let's see. Expedia. Where to? Hawaii. What date is it? It is the 19th. I'll go from the 9th to the 16th. How much is that? The 9th to the 16th. Just a couple more days. Maybe 2 weeks. Maybe 2 weeks. Why not? Right? It's going to cost me around... Let's go to lowest price. There's no fucking way that's just $600. 600? What? Huh? Wait, do I have the flight attached? What? There's no way. Let me look at the map. Really? That cheap? How much is this hotel? 1956. That's not bad. I think I might go for this one. I want it to be on the beach though. That's not really on the beach, yeah. I'm good. Not that one. How about this one? 2,800? God damn. Is it worth it though? Oh my god, look at that view. That's definitely worth it. Small ass bathroom. That looks crazy nice. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And you get this little patio right here below. We might have to do this one. I think it's like 2,800, 1,900. Yeah, this looks crazy. I think we might choose this one. How much it costs? It's only 3 stars. Let me see. Is there anything else that's better? Come on.
Order rejected.
Order rejected. What the fuck is that? Order rejected? What? Was I in a trade this whole time? You said I got to get a cooking stream? Nah, I'm telling you, do it, Cody. Start it, bro. That's an awesome idea. What just happened? Order rejected. What? What's good, Wad? How you doing, family? Yeah, I have no idea what just happened. No clue. By the way, Slug, whenever you get a chance, I don't know if you want to do this because you're part of both of the Discords, but if you could post on the other Discord as well whenever you get a chance, if it's just like a copy and paste, that would be amazing. I'm not too sure if you can hear me right now. If anything, I'll tell you later. But if you could do that, it would be amazing. It would help out. If not, don't even worry about it. You could just post everything on this Discord because this is the main one. But yeah. Cody, start that cooking stream. That's badass. I'll watch that. I'll watch that every single time. I'm telling you. Alright, so let's get this stuff in order real quick. Just give me a moment here. Make sure you guys also post your trades, please. Whenever you get a chance. Post your trades, post your trades, post your trades. We took a little loss from Intel. Fortunately, you did not fall from the top, which was 33. You only fell to 29. Next week we'll play to 27, and we'll go from there.
Thank you for calling the Montefiore Medical Group Cross County Facility, located at 1010
got some food. I'm happy. All right. Culinary! What are you still doing here?
I just jumped in here. I'm trying to find somebody who knows law enforcement.
Law enforcement? You let me know. I have a couple friends. Let me know. I'll text him right now. What's the question?
How could your registration be suspended if it doesn't, it's not over until like 10:25? I got like a whole month on my registration, but this cop just pulled up next to me and was like, yo, just to let you know your registration is suspended. So I'm trying to figure out if,
What?
I mean, I don't know if he was, I don't know what it was. That's what I'm like.
Maybe he was trying to say it to warn you ahead of time. I just texted my boy right now that. I'll let you know what he says.
Yeah, but you can't worry. You can't tell me it's suspended.
When it's not, yeah, that's improper, yeah. That is.
Like, well, I already know that I got a month to go. I don't need.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is weird. I would be like, what the fuck? That's good, Cody. Oh, that's not Cody. Is that you, Slug? There you go. I can hear your voice now. You're a little low right there. Thank you, brother. How was your day?
Man, I didn't hold. I should have held to 180 like my original target. I bought 4 contracts at 90.
Mm-hmm.
And they ran all the way to 250. Just like I had plans. I was like, if they hit 200, they'll sell at 180.
Mm-hmm.
They hit 159, and I sold them at 137. I held them a little longer just to see if it will bounce back up and consolidate. And then I bought them again at 137 because I saw there was potential.
Yeah.
And kept consolidating, so I sold them for 141. And then right after I sold them, what happened?
Okay.
Two, and then 259. And then me and Cody got mad. So I took the 150 profit for the day. Just keep chipping away at my losses and my target. So now I'm plus 557 instead of being down 134. So
I'm happy at least every single one of those times you traded, it was purely profit. That's what's up.
yeah, that's the way I keep it. I was just like, stay. I didn't play the whole day too. Once I saw it stay, respect the triangle, I was like, okay, it's time to play.
Right. Okay.
See, now I didn't think it was gonna go up to 64. I was thinking maybe 63, 80, but it broke out. So I was like,
Remember, equal reaction.
yeah, I was just playing it safe because I was like, man,
It's smarter that way. It is smarter that way. So I can see why you did that.
it could just tank, it could just hold up the sky. I'm not really happy with this.
No, 100%. 100%. I'm happy you actually played that way. And I'm happy you also played it in a way where it was very safe, but you still made money every single trade that you actually took. That's what's up, bro. Tomorrow, all you have to do now is look at the equal reactions, break it down for today, and whatever reaction we get in like the first hour, hour and a half tomorrow, just make sure the equal reaction is always prepared for. That's all.
I'm gonna post my purchase history right underneath my notes.
I bet.
And then we're gonna have class at 8:45 your time.
Yes.
Okay, so 7:45 my time.
Yep. Because I had to teach somebody in person here within like the next hour. They're gonna pick me up. So after I teach them whatever it needs, they need to learn, I'll come back home, and then we'll have a class. From there all the way to 8.
Alright, then I posted my purchase history too. I think I was able to buy up
What app though?
Yeah, the app.
What app are you using?
Weeble.
Oh no no no.
Momo.
Oh yeah, Momo.
It's like, it's wonky. Sometimes it'll let me.
After 3, you can't buy no more. That's what it is.
Okay.
So after, I'm not too sure, like the last hour, like so whatever the last hour for your time zone is, like for instance, the market closes at 4 for me. So at 3, I can't buy no more.
Okay, see, it doesn't let me buy after 2 now.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Hour.
I think they changed it. I think that's what they did. But Webull, they allow you to buy up to 20, like 1 minutes before. After 3:40, you can't buy no more.
You're gonna do your class right now?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna do your thing? Alright, we'll see you then in an hour.
Well, right now we're gonna have a little class because at 6 o'clock I'm getting picked up. So in 40 minutes I'm getting picked up. So from here all the way to the next 40 minutes, we'll have enough time for us to like talk about anything. But yeah, if you gotta go, we'll have another class later at night.
Let's play you on my phone right now.
Nah, yeah, you're good, bro. Enjoy your time with your family. If anything, you could join up later at night at like 8 o'clock.
Just gotta go pick up my son from high school. So
Okay.
I'm gonna play you over the phone, so I'll just listen.
I bet. Perfect.
Yeah, man, sure. See you guys right now.
You got it. Thank you, Slug. I know I tried. My bad, everybody. I was talking to my mom right there. Make sure if you got your mom still here, make sure you call her, ladies and gentlemen. Love your mom. Absolutely love her. Every single day. I don't fight with her no more. I don't, you know what I mean? Try to go against her. Whatever she says, that's it. That's it. Even though I don't agree with her sometimes, but, you know, it's just like you got to take care of your mom. You're never going to have another person or group of people or, you know what I mean? You're never going to have somebody that cares for you as much as her. 100%. Thank you, Slug. I appreciate her every single time. My mom has did the most for me. She's went through, you know what I mean? The absolute above and beyond for me, and I'm completely grateful for her. I don't want to regret nothing, you know? And for those of you who have a situation where you can say you regretted it, that's no problem. I'll make sure I don't do that. I'll make sure that the future is very bright. I'll make sure that you regret no more. No more regrets, everybody. No more regrets. I'll take care of my situation. You take care of yours. We'll have a beautiful community here. Oh, absolutely, Miss Michelle. Absolutely. Anything she wants, any money she needs, anything. You literally tell me and that's it. Don't worry about it. Because she did the same thing for me when I was younger, you know? And I remember every single second. So yeah, that's all it is. All right, let's get this right in order before I have to go here. I have another couple minutes here. Miss Michelle, how's your trade so far? I know you had said to me you wanted to speak, which we can speak today, of course. I do have one in-person meeting, but they're gonna pick me up in like 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So if you have something you want to speak to me about, let me know right now. We can have a little one-on-one, just me and you. Yeah, if it's later, that's fine. Like after 7 or after 8, that's fine. I'll be home. How's school so far? How is it? Getting a little bit easier? Or not yet? Probably like our November, right? November, December. I feel like it'll be really easy around that point. But not easy. Let me not say easy because it's difficult dealing with those lunatics. They're absolutely amazing, but, you know, that's just how kids are. It's still crazy, right? I can see that. My sisters, they're starting to get a little bit more used to it. The school started giving them, like, computers and stuff. And the school said if they break the computer, it costs them $1,000. And I'm just like, yo, that computer costs like $200. What are y'all talking about? But yeah, I'm happy they're actually doing that. I wish they did that for me, honestly, because I didn't have a computer around that time, and I probably could have got a lot more stuff done if I did have one. That's awesome. All right, so the first thing we're going to do for today's class is we're going to fix up the supply and demand zones. We're going to make sure everybody has their zones updated. And then we're going to go right back and double back on the weekly boxes and stuff like that. Just to make sure everybody has their weekly boxes done. Make sure it's all updated. Once we do the boxes and supply and demand zones, we're pretty much done for the recap for today. However, I do want to look at all the trades we got into from Monday to Friday. So whenever you guys have a chance, just make sure you post that in your notes. Give a little update on the weekly from Monday to Friday. You could post it anytime you have today, by the way. It doesn't have to be right now. But I'm just letting you know, whenever you get a chance, just please post all your trades this week. And let's start keeping a tab on all of our trades for that week. Because sometimes, you know, we miss certain trades throughout the day. We forget to post it. But that's fine with me. It happens. As long as you actually break it down, I'm cool with that. And then, of course, like I said earlier, just in case for those of you who joined in a little bit late, we are going to have a class tonight. So you just watch out for that one, all right? I'm about to put this cream on my leg real quick. Give me 1 second.
So, topical solutions.
Yeah, my leg is getting itchy as heck. Where did I put it?
Doctor was good?
Yeah, it was good. They said that I don't have no more problems. The infections are cooling down. I just gotta wait till I go to my dentist appointment next week, and they deal with the last bit of the situation. And then after that, I shouldn't have to go to the doctor for the next couple years. So I'm very happy about that. Because I didn't go to the doctor ever since 2019, so from then till now, it's just like a bunch of problems I had just started stacking up and building up, you know?
Hell yeah. So I gotta make sure I take all my vitamins, all my minerals, eat all my vegetables. When I'm hungry and I want a snack and I want to eat some ice cream or some shit, I eat an apple or a nectarine or some grapes or something else instead.
Right?
It's not processed sugar.
Yeah, that's what the problem is. So much processed sugar we take from bread, from carbs, from all this other stuff, and it's just like you can't keep eating all this stuff because it just destroys your body pretty much. That's all it does.
Our body can't even break all these complex chemically made compounds.
Yeah.
It just stays inside of us.
Yeah, 100%. Like, for instance, a lot of the... Like, I remember my grandfather had this one problem where he would eat a lot of red meat, and he would have to get his stomach pumped out. Yeah, like, he would get his stomach pumped, like, once a year. And it was the scariest thing, you know, hearing that every time.
Was he bit by a tick?
Nah, like, he literally just had just problems because of health. He wasn't taking care of himself. A little too much drinking.
Oh yeah, yeah, like the gout.
No, yeah, and it's unfortunate because he was definitely a good person. He was very young. He died when he was 50.
That's why I'm like, dude, I gotta longevity. I gotta aim for that.
Yeah, 100%. That's literally the hardest thing to aim for and to do, especially when you want to deal with all those, you know, all those other little bitty things that are around you, and you want to do what makes you feel good in the moment. It's not going to give you a long lasting life.
I know. Everyone died from diabetes in my family, so I'm like.
Yeah, and a lot of people in my family, they have that, yeah.
It's like, can't die from wide load.
No, yeah, exactly. Like, I can't have that happen. That's why, I don't know, I'm just so skinny because I felt like I see all these people eat food, and that shit is killing them. And it's just like, it just makes me disheartened because it's just like, yeah, I gotta eat stuff that's just pure. You can't eat fast food no more. Can't eat all this other stuff. No more junk food. No more sugar. No more candy. None of that.
It's so hard too as a kid.
Yeah, it is. But I'm happy I'm allergic to like dairy and stuff like that because it causes me to not eat so much, you know, carbs and cheese type of stuff. If I wasn't allergic to dairy, I probably would be eating a lot more stuff that was unhealthy. Honestly. So yeah, it kind of does help me. Yo, why is this shit so itchy? Ah! Holy shit. I just put mad cream on my leg. Ah! Fuck. I want to scratch it so bad.
Oh yeah. Don't do it.
Shit, I'm trying not to. I just ate some food. Oh my god, that food got me feeling nice. Ah! Every day in the morning, I have an egg sandwich. Like 5 eggs. Every single day. And then during like lunch and stuff like that, I'll be eating like chicken and rice, mashed potatoes and rice, or like rice and beans, or what do you call it? Like spaghetti, not spaghetti, but like macaroni. Ground beef for like the like pasta. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, cut up some veggies in that, or do you like
Yep.
it,
Yep.
pureed?
Nah, get a little bit of vegetables in there.
Okay, all right, man. Yeah.
My only problem is that I mean, not with macaroni. I don't put salt on macaroni, but with rice and
It's gotta have that flavor when you cook it.
yeah, nah, yeah. My mom, she does it. She does it perfect. My mom, she used to be a chef, but
Oh yeah.
it's just like sometimes I just need a little bit extra salt. But I feel like that's gonna hurt me in the long run, so I gotta stop it soon.
Salt's good if you have a balanced diet. It's a mineral you need.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, pink salt and iodized salt.
Yeah, that's what I eat actually. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we need.
because I heard the pink salt was better than the other one.
That Himalayan, but you gotta make sure it's not from China.
Nah, yeah, it's Himalayan.
Whatever.
Ah,
And I have to cook. Oh, God.
you be cooking every day?
Yup, every day. Lunch, breakfast, dinner. Same thing. Steak sandwiches in the morning, or make eggs with some veggies or some like bacon, sausage, all that good stuff, and then make an omelet. Or there's this thing called shishuka, where you put like in tomato sauce, you like cut up all the vegetables and then let the eggs kind of get over medium on top of it.
Right.
Just like serve it like that. And then what else? Of course, well, unfortunately you can't eat too much dairy, but I'll make like bread.
Whenever I get political, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you slap me out of it because this political nonsense is just so deteriorating. You get to see people who are not even paying attention to a single word this other person said, but yet they'll pull, stuff that makes them feel right and feel good. And I'm like, the same thing you say about the person you're speaking about, you could say this about the other person who's against that person. Again, not to get political, not to say names, but it's so weird. Like, for example,
Were you muted right now?
like a couple seconds ago, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, what? I was like, you just jumped into another conversation.
No, yeah, because I was watching like a little video that was sent to me. I was watching a little video that was sent to me, and I'm just like, yo, like the way people talk about certain people, like they don't even know what they're saying, Like when I teach people how to trade and how to, chart their stuff, I make sure that I'm always speaking from an area where I know what I'm talking about, If I don't know, I'm going to tell you I don't know. And that's it. Keep it at that. Why do you got to keep saying words that, it's just like, destroying yourself and your image.
Some people just can't
Like
let
this.
go of trying to be right.
Yeah, you're right. I swear you're right.
It's
That's
like we can always agree to disagree. Like it's just like you have your thoughts and your values, or
Yeah, 100%. Let's play some The Baby. This song is so amazing. Very controversial. Yeah, I love every single one of y'all. Y'all know that? I appreciate y'all. Come on now, Slug. This is the story of greatness right here. The team who rose to the top. The team who just took down every single challenge, every single conversation, every single room. We were just in everything, dominating. I'm just trying to go away. I can't wait for us to start producing music. And that same house that we buy, we're definitely going to have a music studio inside of there. I've been writing songs for a long time. I just can't rap. Or I can't freestyle, but shit, I could read my own lyrics. Sounds good. And we got Louis in here. Louis be making music. You can't say. I'm sorry, I'm just chilling over here. I'm not doing no charting. I apologize, everybody. Trying to enjoy myself right now. I apologize. I was in the doctor, my phone was dead, bro, and I was like, I gotta see the charts. They took so much time. Like, it was so many people there. That's what's up. There we go. Monster, what's going on over there, Monster? How you doing, brother? Yeah, John be going crazy over there. What's up, bro? How was the anniversary, bro? Or your wife? How was it? Oh, it's next month? Alright, alright, alright. We still got some time here. Make sure you got some extra profit for her, just in case you guys want to do something crazy. Chef G is the only artist that's like a drill rapper from New York that I would listen to. Oh, yours too? October 6th? I bet. So we got to make sure you got some extra capital so you can go on a little trip. Even if it's not planned, maybe next month, maybe 2 months from now. I would love that, bro. Enjoy your time with her, bro. Make that relationship the greatest in the world. Hell yeah. I hope everything got ground full. Do more, say less. Huh. I gotta learn from that. I'll be talking big. I'll be talking real big sometimes. I gotta step up to it. How's the trades though, Mansa? Big X the plug. That's all good, Mansa. Honestly, same here, brother. Like we were doing that competition, right? And we were doing really good. We went top 45, but honestly, like yeah, last 2 days I haven't been feeling good either, bro. Especially at night. So always take your breaks, bro. You're never missing out. Never, never, ever missing out. I swear.